Hello, guys.
Afternoon.
Hello.
How's everything?
How's it going? By the way, just so you know, that we're already live streaming on YouTube, just so you know.
So we'll be on our best behavior.
We will.
Does anyone, I see that we've got 20 minutes before the first panel, right, from 2 p.m. to the introductions at 2 p.m. Does anyone want me to say anything, or does anyone want to say anything in that time?
Well, the first panel is at 20 past 2, right?
Yeah.
So we had like a 15-minute intro,
Uh-huh.
and then there was a 5-minute handover. So I would just do the first 20 minutes, just saying hello to people and stuff, you know.
Okay.
If they come in, and then say at 10 past,
Yeah.
you know, some things to say hello to people.
Do a bit of an introduction and
yeah.
Things. Yeah. Okay. I had about a 5-minute intro, and then I sort of looked at the time and thought, all right, I've got to pad it out a little bit. So yeah.
So I've got 2 voices going on at the same time. That's better. So I've got the YouTube on in the background, and I was getting like our conversation like 1 minute after we were having it.
Getting the feedback. Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
And you're logged in twice as well, James.
Well, I'm not. I don't know, unless someone's here with like some sort of alias that's pretending to be me. They changed their. I don't know what that's about. Because I just logged in with the BRAZ-TESOL account this time. Don't know. When Ligi said she was here, but I've never seen her, so I don't know. Maybe that's her. She's come as me in disguise.
Yeah, I sent her the message here asking if she had left, but
no reply yet. Yeah.
So yeah, I would just have a think about. Have you got something in mind to open things up?
Well, I was just thinking, just to talk a little bit about, you know, the situation as it is and how it took us all by surprise. Just talking about the issues that are going on and why we chose these 4 panels.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Sorry, I'm messing with WhatsApp. The first one is bilingual education, which is a trend that has been happening and it seems to be ever growing here in Brazil. And the second panel about, you know, we've all been thrown in the deep end with online learning. A lot of adjustments had to be made. So we have a panel of people that have dealt with it from various aspects. And then, of course, the Black Teachers Matter, reflecting the idea of Black Lives Matter, but it is an important issue that we need to face, which leads nicely into the inclusive classroom aspect that and very good panelists too that we have. So
yes.
Was,
and yeah, but you could mention something about how it's going to work. You know, like the
Q&A and
Q&A box.
Yeah.
Speaking of which,
we better. Do we have it activated? Yeah, it's there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see it?
I'll also, I think, I'll also mention the fact that each moderator will just go over the rules once more. Not the rules, but you know, go over the way it will be done as well. But in general, use the Q&A box to ask questions.
Well, yeah. Say if you want questions to be answered by the panelists, then please put them in the Q&A box, and
and we'll try to cover as many as we can.
Yeah, so, that kind of thing. Yeah. I think that's about it, though.
Yeah, thank the sponsors and
of course.
everything.
You've always got to do that.
Yep.
They didn't get back to you on anything about the sponsors then?
No, actually, I asked directly, and there's nothing that needs to be done in that regard.
Okay.
So,
That's good.
yeah.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would take like 5 minutes to do that. You reckon?
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
start
so
at 10 past,
10 past
and then
2.
spend from 2 o'clock just greet anyone who comes into the room and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just so people know that we're here.
Mhm.
That kind of stuff.
Cool.
And I'll keep an eye on the attendees list.
Yeah,
Make
I
sure.
didn't actually. This morning was a complete write-off. We'd organised something to do, and then it took much longer than it should have. But I didn't actually have a chance to contact Darcy about monitoring Facebook and the email. So
Okay.
yeah.
I mean, Facebook, it's not live streaming on Facebook, so don't think we need to worry. I can keep an eye on them. And then if it gets a bit busy, which I don't think it will, we haven't had a single email. So we normally would have done by now, I think, if there was trouble ahead.
Yeah.
And I'll keep an eye on YouTube and see, if there's any comments there or anything. I don't think it's going to be that busy. So.
Just Facebook, just because people sometimes, last event, they were sending messages to BRAZ-TESOL.
Yeah, I'll keep it open and
yeah,
check in on it every now and again. I don't think I'll have a lot to do today, so
yeah,
other than let people in and stuff like that. So hope not anyway.
Short and sharp today. So.
Yeah. Okay, there's now 2 attendees that have both got my name.
According to some kind of default, is everybody registered as James Taylor?
We've had a question here from James Taylor, who is asking if does it look the same to you if you look on the participants list?
Check on. I'm trying to download the. Yeah, I've got attendees, 2 James Taylors. Yep. And
okay, no pressure.
And you're also a panelist.
Well, the panelist isn't me, right? It's the BRAZ-TESOL account. So
yeah, but it's
so
James BRAZ-TESOL. But...
Yeah, I know, but only because I changed it. I don't know. Well, hopefully not everyone will come in like that.
Let's see. The attendees don't have the power. Ah, okay. Tommy. One of the James Taylors is Tommy. There's a message here. Yeah. Welcome, Tommy.
Can you change your name, Tammy, on there? If you click on more next to your name on the participants bit, rename yourself. And then, So, yeah, okay.
Sorry, I was reading here. You are checking if the message is there in the chat.
Yeah, Tommy sent us a message to say hello in the chat.
Yeah. It's hi, it's Tommy, yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's but then it shows to me from James Taylor to all panelists.
And the other James Taylor's allergy.
Okay. So I'll promote both of you then.
I'm having a horrible feeling that everybody's going to be James Taylor.
It's like being John Malkovich. If it's bad for you, imagine how it feels for me.
Like being John Malkovich.
But when I joined, my name was not James Taylor, was it?
No, yours wasn't. Neither you nor
Because
Peter.
I joined through the email, not through the link that you sent in the WhatsApp. Maybe something related to that.
Maybe it's to do with that.
Maybe because
Because
yeah,
it's me.
because you logged in,
Good
and that's
thought.
so. All right.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. I can rename people as well. So
Okay. I'm just sending a message to the group just to say, please use
yeah.
your email link.
Yes, Peter, you are two, but that's on purpose, yes?
I'm what? Sorry?
2 people too.
Am I? Because that's probably Sarah or Susie who's just
Yes.
joined. Because I sent them my link as well.
Right.
Hello, Sarah.
Hello. Greetings.
So,
How are you?
yeah, it's her picture there.
Yes, of course, yes.
Yes, so I'm going to change. Can I change? No, I can't change.
I can change.
Can you hear me?
Hi.
Yes, Allergy. Yes.
Okay, hi.
Hi. Let me check the.
Okay, so we've now got people entering attendees without my name. So I think this will only happen to the speakers, right? The panelists.
I think it's anyone who used the link in the WhatsApp group.
Yeah, but I also sent that link to the panelists as well.
Okay,
so I'll just have to keep an eye, and then
yeah,
when they enter the room, anyone who enters the room with my name is someone that needs to be promoted, basically.
Yeah. And then they can change their name.
So there's Barbara.
Barbara's entered as well. Hello, Barbara.
I can promote Barbara as well. She's on the first panel. Actually, well, yeah, let's do that now.
And hello, Honey Ellie. Welcome.
Okay, it's gone up to 2. So let's. I'm going to mute people now who don't need to be speaking. So that includes me and everyone apart from you, Peter, basically. Okay.
Yeah. I don't mind if people chat a little bit. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Try and keep some semblance of order around here. It's a lot of panelists, you see, that's the thing. So.
And welcome, Thais. Aldair is here as well. Welcome.
Oh, and Peter, before you start your intro, make sure I'm recording, okay?
Yes, yeah. Yeah.
Give me the nod when you want me to start recording, and then I'll give you the nod when it is.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're well today on this warm Brasilia day. Anyway, wherever you are in the country or around the world, indeed. Hope you're having a good day. It's actually very, very warm here in Brasilia today, but we're used to it. It's been a very dry period these last few weeks. I've been watching the humidity levels most days, just out of curiosity to see if we get down to the dreaded 12%, but so far not that close. We got to 15 a few days ago, but I always enjoy this period actually. Sorry to be talking about the weather, but for someone from New Zealand, it's quite an exotic weather pattern that we have here in Brasilia. And I don't like the dry period, but I love it when the rain comes back. It's quite a satisfying thing to be celebrating rain. When I grew up dreading rain, unless it would cancel the rugby games on the very cold mornings. But I hope everybody's well and not too stressed out by having to stay at home and taking all the precautions that we have. And we'll just, the plan is to stay here for 10 minutes or so, and then at about 2:10 we'll have the official opening, and then we'll launch into the change over to the bilingual education panel, the first panel that we're going to have, which should be very interesting. So, and welcome to Ana Paula as well. Hope you are well too. I don't have my camera on at the moment, but I'm getting accosted by one of my cats. She's decided to jump up on the chair behind me and rest against my shoulders. And that's just the way it is at the moment. She'll go away after a couple of minutes. So. Yeah. She gave up after it. It's hard to balance on the back of the chair. Yes, Sarah, that's right. On the screen, we just have the program for now. We've all got our screens turned off at the moment. So we'll have.
Should turn yours on, Peter. Let people see your radiant,
Probably a good
smiling,
idea, let me just
Kiwi face.
make sure my cat is. Yeah, okay.
People love a cat. Our attendance
I do love
will
cats.
go up by 1,000 if we start putting cats out on there.
We should record. You have to turn my video on though, James. I don't have the power. Well, tell me there's 3 cats and a dog. That's going to keep you busy. Is it a small dog or a big dog? Small one. So they all Cookie, lovely name. They all get on very well. I hope, growing up together. Good. I actually have 5 cats, and most of them get on well, but we do have a couple who don't like each other, so they keep in separate areas. So,
Peter,
yeah,
I don't think I can turn your video on. I think you have to do it.
I'm trying to, but it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. So.
Have I? Oh, terribly sorry. That's weird.
To do is 2 cats, is it, Dudu? Mm-hmm. I think one thing that's happened in this quarantine is that the cats have definitely learned a lot, and they're getting very used to having us around. Good names, Dudu. Very good, Tamidas. My cats are bilingual as well. We speak to them in 2 languages. No, I'm still, James, I'm still not video capable.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why that is.
Can you make me co-host?
Well, I can make you host. I'll do that, and then, but I think that will relegate me. But let's see what happens if I do that. Yeah.
I'm the host.
Oh no. Yeah. Well, you're the host. Yeah.
And now I'm on video. So what happens
Yeah.
if?
You see. Yeah, and I can't start my video, but then. I don't
Yes,
know
I can.
about that.
I can't start mine either.
Let's see if we can.
But now we can see all the people. We can see everybody.
Yeah, we're suddenly enabled. Great name, Tamiris, of one of your cats. Peter's an excellent name to have. Let me just see if I can. Oh, Dasi's here too. Welcome, Dasi. Yaskara, Mateus, welcome as well. I'm going to try to make you the host again, James.
Yeah.
And let's see if that turns off my.
I think it will.
My screen. Okay. Okay, here goes. So you're the host, but I'm still on screen. So.
Okay, I can't actually see you, but there you go.
Oh, also, I can see me.
Yeah, we can see you, but we still can't open our.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't. I'm not sure you would be able to open yourself, but I should be able to.
Yeah.
To open. Yeah.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello.
Hello there. I can't. Well, I can't start with a video. Something I. Yes.
Yeah, we're trying to figure it out at the moment.
Okay.
Don't worry.
They say I was kind of blocked, or I don't know. They say
here we go.
The host has stopped it.
Okay, try now, Peter. Oh no, you're already on. Sorry.
Yes, now it's working.
Allergy's on as well.
Hi, Allergy. Hello, there, Allergy.
Now it's working.
Yeah. Mine. Let me
Patricia, can you?
Oh, you can.
Hello,
You can
Patricia.
see me now, right? Hello there.
Now I can see. Yes, now we can see everybody.
Oh yes, now it's fine.
Okay, if you are if you're a panelist and you have my name, there's 5 of you. Can you? Which is terrible for my ego. So please, let's do something about that. So go to more on the right of your name in the participants list, and you have the option to rename yourself.
Yeah. Oh yes, I'm not James Taylor for sure.
You're not. No.
No.
So rename yourself, please. And then,
okay.
Then we can. This won't be some sort of weird being John Malkovich situation for me.
Welcome, Cecilia. Now you've got your name, so we can recognize you.
I've got mine, right? Okay.
Yeah. There are 2 other James Taylors. Barbara, Darcy, Priscilla, and Susie's joined us too. Excellent.
Okay. Right.
Stephanie as well has joined us. She's in the venue. Welcome, Stephanie.
Hello, Cecilia.
Barbara, I like her lipstick. Oh, beautiful. That's a powerful one. Hi, Barbara.
And Dudu has new hair.
Yeah. Oh, yes, Dudu too. Mohican, right? Okay.
Let's see Dudu. Yes, you do, yeah.
You should do the same, Peter.
If only we do, if only.
Hello, Sibeli and Barbara, yes.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
All right.
Peter, do you want to?
Yep.
Please
I was about to say, James, if you want to.
Yeah. Okay. So can everyone turn your cameras off unless you're Peter, please?
Thank you, everybody. So are we good to go, James?
No, hold on 1 second. Okay, off to you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So I'd like to welcome everybody to this edition of BRAZ-TESOL Brasilia's event entitled What's Next? A series of panel discussions on contemporary issues in ELT. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody, all the panelists, for giving up their time with us today to help us out. And we're very proud of the panelists that we've got for each topic. We think that there are lots of specialists and people who know what they're talking about and can help us to further all of these issues that we have today. I'd also like to thank the board, the BRAZ-TESOL Brasilia board, for all their work in preparing this. Without whom we couldn't have put this on. So we're eternally grateful to the other board members and the volunteers of BRAZ-TESOL that consistently give us these wonderful events with their hard work. And of course, the sponsors, the national sponsors that BRAZ-TESOL have, Bridge, National Geographic Learning, Cultura Inglesa, DSOL, DSOP, and SBS, who are holding our hand through all of these. No, Sarah, I'm the only one speaking. There might be a reverberation going on. So I'm not sure if anyone's got their microphone on, or it could be a rebound coming from the speakers or the microphone on your computer. Okay. So welcome once again, and just to let you know, we got together to decide when we were organizing this event, we thought we would take a panel approach this time. It's something we have done before, but we decided could be valid. Sorry. I do have some cars driving past, unfortunately, so maybe that interferes with it. Anyway, we decided to do panel events because we thought it would be interesting to hear some specialists in a discussion format. And we chose 4 topics that we think are very relevant to us in this current time. The first is bilingual education, which has, as everybody knows, has been growing exponentially in Brazil. So a discussion on that is definitely worth having. The next panel is regarding offline to online learning. As we were all thrown, many of us who were thrown in the deep end, some people didn't have much experience with online learning and suddenly had to become online teachers. So we're taking 3 panelists who have experience with online learning in different ways, but also we'll try to contextualize this new adaptation that we had to make and where we're going in the future. And of course, one of the big issues at the moment, which is affecting many people all over the world, is the issue of race. And that's why panel 3 is Black Teachers Matter, just to reinforce how despite us all being individuals and all coming from different backgrounds, that there are certain things that can affect teaching including skin color. So we're very honored to have three panelists and a moderator who are well respected in English, discussing the issue of race in the classroom. And finally, that leads in nicely to inclusive classrooms, learning differences, and especially in relation to backgrounds as well. So that is the final panel, which will be taking place at 5:20. For administration purposes, as these are panels, each moderator will be in control of moving along the discussion. Most panels will start with an introduction from the speakers. Each speaker will have a little bit of time to make a statement of sorts, their point of view, their background, etc. And from then, there will be discussions regarding questions. We welcome questions from the audience, but we'd like you to use the Q&A option, which is if you look at the bottom of your screen, I hope it's at the bottom of your screen, you'll see in the range of options available, you have a Q&A option. So there is the chat. The chat can be done, can be made for between people, but the Q&A needs to be, is where you will submit a question that you'd like the panel to discuss. Okay. Once again, the moderator will remind you this at the start of the panel, but please use the Q&A for questions that you have to the panelists, and we'll try to cover as many questions as we can, or as the discussion allows during that. So feel free to ask questions, and don't worry if we're not able to get to them. Hopefully we can deal with those questions at a later date. So once again, I'd like to thank everybody involved in the preparation, and I'd like to thank all the people who have taken the time to attend this meeting. And I will now hand it over to James so that we can organize for the first panel, which will start in a couple of minutes. So thank you very much and enjoy the event.
Okay, thanks, Peter. So let's get the next panel ready. Everyone, just take a moment. So Eligi, Cecilia, Barbara, Sibeli, you can turn on your mics and your video now. I will stop sharing the program. Perfect.
Hello, everybody. Can we start, James?
Yeah, let's Sibeli's mic is off. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now they're all on.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Okay. Yeah. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. So we're going to start our first panel here, and these are all very experienced professionals. I'm a little nervous to introduce them. I've been working with a bilingual program for some years, so it's something that really interests me. But let's get to it. So let me introduce Cecilia Lemos. Hello, Cecilia. She has been in ELT since '93 as a teacher, trainer, and writer. Currently, she's an academic manager at Richmond, Brazil, a strong believer in CPD. She's a member of TEFL's TD SIG committee, and her main interests are assessment, feedback, and lesson observation. Welcome, Cecilia. And Bárbara Duarte. Hello, Bárbara. We work together. Bárbara is an education design specialist for Thomas Bilingual for Schools. She has also been a teacher at CASA Thomas Jefferson since 2013. We started together. As an innovator mentor at CASA, she contributes with the development of pedagogical projects related to PBL and CLIL. She holds a master's in art and a bachelor's in industrial design, both from UNB, as well as teaching qualifications, CTJ TEFL and CELTA, and language proficiency qualifications. Welcome, Barbara, good to see you. And Cibele Ribeiro de Moura, hello Cibele, is a master's student in applied linguistics at the University of Brasilia. She holds an undergraduate degree in English and a graduate degree in academic teaching and academic coordination. She also holds a Michigan Cambridge ECPE and CPE certification. She has worked as an English teacher and academic coordinator for over 15 years. Currently, she's the International Affairs Coordinator at Rede Objetivo DF and Blue School Bilingual Education. Her main areas of interest and research are bilingual education, teacher training, active methodologies, and language teaching technology. So welcome, thank you for all being here. So let's kick it off with a question. So what exactly does bilingual education mean? And if you could also explain the difference, I think many people still confuse bilingual education with not just, but ELT, okay? So,
may I start then?
Okay, Cibele, start.
Okay, so first of all, good afternoon, everyone attending this event. Barbara, Cecilia, Lizzie, all of you watching live on YouTube. Thank you, BRAZ-TESOL, for inviting me. And furthermore, thank you for promoting the discussion of such a relevant subject, such as bilingual education in Brazil. So a brief definition of a very complex phenomenon, which is bilingual education, would be that bilingual education means that we have academic instruction in both languages. So here in Brazil, I would say that in Portuguese and English, that's the case here. That's the case that I have been researching. And in academic instruction in English and Portuguese, students acquire language throughout academic content. And we have some other aspects involved, like multiculturality, interdisciplinarity, active methodologies, and a lot of approaches that are inherent to bilingual education, such as CLIO and some others. And you were talking about ELT, right? English language teaching. Okay, I would say that in ELT, we have English as a subject. Yes, it's a little bit more abstract. So it's a brief definition, like I said, for a very complex phenomenon.
Okay. Cecilia or Barbara, would you like to add anything to that?
Cecilia wants to go first.
We can't hear you, Cecilia. Maybe it's your computer. Oh.
Oh.
Okay. Say something.
Yes. Oh, okay. No. For some reason, it wasn't working with the phone. No, I was just saying that Cibele did a wonderful job of defining it. Many bilingual education is not solely, it's not just English. It happens with Spanish. It happens with German, any other language, including indigenous languages in here, or anywhere. It's much, the concept's much broader than that. When we come to ELT, we're talking about English as a subject, as Cibele said, and the way of you study the language, not in the language. I think that's the biggest difference there.
Yeah, I would add that in Brazil, we have had the longest experience now having bilingual schools in the public sector, actually, with Libras, right? Because I think there's a lot of misconceptions about that because we focus on English, us professionals, but I recently started reading more about this in the Brazilian scenario. I would say. And, you know, since 2002, I remember having a classmate in college talking about Libras. And I saw people getting excited about having people who go and interpret for students in regular schools and that start of integration. When you think about languages in general, I can't help but having that as a very good start instead of starting with another way to teach English or another way to teach an European language or even native languages. But there's a code and people exist regardless of only speaking English or only speaking Portuguese or speaking many languages. That idea of heterolingualism, I don't know if that's the case, but I think the whole conversation should start from there, you know, that we are individuals who are often exposed to different languages, and because of the way education happens in Brazil, everything is compartmentalized. You know, it's put into little boxes, and then we have ELT, and then we have bilingual. It becomes a little category or something that you attach to a program so it can be sold. But as education professionals here, I think we can start, you know, thinking about this in a broader sense. But Sibeli's definition is spot on. I think that's how most conversations get started.
Why do you think that this has grown so much in Brazil? All the schools have bilingual, bilingual, bilingual. Why do you think this name has grown so much in Brazil recently?
I think can I go for that?
Yes.
All right. I think first of all, there's a great misconception with the I think people, it's become a trend word, the whole bilingual program, bilingual. People confused the bilingual school and bilingual programs and bilingual education, right? Bilingual education not necessarily has to happen in a bilingual school. That's the most important point. And not all schools that have bilingual education, most schools that have bilingual classes. I think what I'm trying to say is that people confused the idea that the concept of bilingual, teaching English through a bilingual education perspective, which is what Sibeli was saying, all the other aspects that it involves with a bilingual school, becoming a bilingual school. It's not about that. But what you asked Elide or Elide?
Elide. It's a hard name.
What you were asking, Elide, I think that the growth that it's had in the last, I don't know, 15 years or so, is because it became very, I'm going to say, I'm going to generalize, but we know that we can't, it's not, there are exceptions, but generally speaking, people do not learn English at school. Most people that I know that became fluent in English learned it in language schools or traveling abroad, exchange programs, and living abroad and things like that. And with more and more, parents started leaving most of everything that they wanted their kids to learn and to develop up to the school. So it became an element that differentiated, that you know, that brought a lot of value into a school. If it became known, or if the school was known for the students in this school, they don't have to, they do learn, they become fluent, they can become fluent in their regular schools. They don't have to go to a language school. At least that's how I noticed. That's.
Sibeli, do you want to go?
I would like to add something to Cecilia's thought, thinking actually, is that the movement is awesome. It's great to see that English is not seen it as an underdog discipline anymore, like we've seen since the 70s and the 60s. So I'm very happy to see the seek of disqualification in English teaching, because, you know, geography, mathematics, everything we learn at school, but not English. In order to learn English, we always had to go to language courses, to English courses. And it was always a concern for me, right? I kept thinking about how to change this and how to qualify English teaching at schools. And then this movement of bilingual education started to happen, not in the way that we would like it to become. Like we saw a service that some people promoted, right, in schools. Some people sell to schools. Some I wouldn't say schools, right? Some school service that have been sold. And I think that maybe the public sector would have to give the first steps, right? But I'm really happy that it's happening. Not the way that we would like to, but I'm happy to believe in this.
Yeah, I wonder also, I never thought of what Cecilia had said before, but it makes total sense. But in recent years, the BNCC has been coming into the conversation, and it has called attention to what Sibeli in a way was saying, that how peripheral was the addition of English into any kind of program in schools. It's kind of make believe, because you take, I don't know, 8 years in school and all you learn is the verb to be. And, you know, and then you get to colleges when you want to help develop teachers, and they have to learn English from scratch, you know, and it doesn't take 4 years. We all know that. But this thing about the public sector coming into play, it's interesting, because it's a very personal thought of mine. I don't think that's going to happen, because this movement that Cecilia was commenting on, of parents wanting the schools to take care of every little thing that their kids would need. So you have robotics class, computer education class. Now you have entrepreneurship classes, you know, and some schools, I don't know, they even have law classes for preparing for ensino médio level public concursos públicos, you know. And so the parents want everything to be taken care of, but these parents are part of an elite, or people who want to be part of an elite, people who have at least some disposable income, so that they want to shape how their kids are, how their education is going to go, or at least have some security in terms of what they're going to be in the future. So there's some elitism related to, you know, who gets to learn English, who gets to speak English fluently, and everyone else is just, you learn the verb to be and that will be okay for you, you know, you'll be operational. I wonder about that. And in a sense, it's good that we're having this conversation, and bilingual schools are coming into evidence. But I think, I don't know, I'm not good with numbers, but I would guess 80% of education in Brazil will not become bilingual if we never have this focus on BNCC. And I think BNCC is a great ally for teachers everywhere if we pay attention to what it means. And I would disagree in a sense with you, Sibeli, that we should invest on English teaching. I think we should stop investing on English teaching. I think we should have all teachers learning English, so that all teachers should be fluent enough to speak English. And then we could have that subject where someone who went to Letras Inglês can focus on literature, or ELA. But all that stuff, you know, the physics teacher should know English, and that would be bilingual education, you know, and then we could have that conversation between subjects and between people, and that would be where the what the BNCC is, the BNCC is focusing on, I think. And I think we're a long way from that in general, baby steps, really.
Yes, for sure. And then you're talking about focusing on the teachers. I want to ask, what about the teachers that are teaching in bilingual schools? Do you think that, because usually they're English teachers that started teaching in bilingual schools, do you think they're ready to do this, for this change? Were they prepared?
I don't think that much attention or investment has been done to support those teachers to make these because it is it is a change of mindset for most teachers, especially if you've been in the classroom for more than 10 years. Most of us, I mean, I've been teaching since '93. Most of us have been teaching using, I don't know, CLT mostly, you know. And it is different because when you go into a CLIL perspective, in a CLIL classroom or something like that, you're talking about, you're not going to point out, you're not going to study the language. Again, we come back to, we don't explicitly teach grammar, which we still did a little bit on CLT. We still pointed out and put the grammar on the board and worked with the grammar and did drilling and things like that. And it is very hard for what I've been observing in lessons that that's most of what I do, observe lessons and give feedback to teachers and give that kind of support to help them come do that kind of teaching. It's very hard for them not to single out, you know, the grammar structure, the vocabulary, not to use meta language with the students, you know, no, the plural is, and we don't do that in Portuguese. We have to see it in a much more natural way. I don't think in schools give enough training or support. It's just like it's expected. Well, you're an English teacher, so you know how to teach in a bilingual classroom, a bilingual CLIL perspective, or a bilingual program or something like that. I feel very sorry for teachers, and especially because it's required, it's expected of them to, you know, to just do it, to just learn it, and it's not that easy. It's a process.
Sibeli, do you want to say something on this?
Yeah, sure. On teacher training, well, it's a tricky subject because it's a tricky matter, actually. I think that teachers who will teach in English must be able to use specific strategies so that students who don't yet have a very high level of English can understand the content. And I think that teachers must continue to develop their English since we are not native speakers. Also, I think that teachers must have both content and language objectives in their lesson plans in order to provide corrective feedback as students use English. And when it comes to teacher training specifically, I think that it's essential for educators to feel supported and well prepared. We don't have disciplines in higher education that covers bilingual education. So when I say we, institutions, we have to provide in-service training for these teachers, and we have to support, and we have to help them in order for them to provide the best bilingual education that they can.
I will go further, actually, and you know, we don't have subjects in university education for bilingual education, but also all teachers in Brazil, the kind of education we get from basic education into college is very teacher-centered. So I think what happens is you put a teacher who knows their subject, and they might know the tricks to make it more learner-centered in an English setting where English is the subject, so they feel more confident. But when they have to teach a content in English and with no training for that content, the insecurity will take them back to what they know, how they were taught. And they were taught through lectures. And you cannot develop language with lectures. You cannot have language development in this context without active methodology. This is just, it cannot happen, because if you have to develop language, then students need to participate. They need to produce, they need to bring something into the classroom. So Paulo Freire comes to mind, you know? So I think in terms of, it's not only about, like, yes, Sibeli was spot on. We need to know the content. We kind of need to study before the classes, right? Like you open the book and sometimes there are like some concepts of physics, even if it's basic level, we have to study that. And then we have to focus on our pronunciation. You know, I don't think it's so much a question of not being a native speaker, but in living in Brazil, and Brazil not being the language that's, you know, English is not spoken in Brazil. So there will be interference, even if, I'm sure that happens to native speakers too. You know, you have always to have that in mind, but you have to take a step back and reorganize yourself. You really have to invest on this view of education. I'm an educational professional. I'm not just like an English teacher. And that glint in your eye that shows up when you're observing teachers and they, oh, I can talk about the present perfect right here. And then they go, oh my God. And oh, I love this, but I love, or literature. There are a lot of teachers who like literature. Oh my God, I like literature. So the class gets, you know, sucked onto the thing that the teacher likes learning best, because we don't have this training of taking the back seat, of letting students in. And like Sibeli said, you will have to understand that students will develop at different paces. And as far as our brain goes, you know, they can develop very well on 1 year and the next maybe slow down. And one of them will be very slow in their development. Then they will find a friend on Minecraft and suddenly they'll develop English very fast. And, you know, so it's, I think the teacher of English who got their professional success linked to working in a language school, which is what happened most of the time. Because like Sibeli said, we don't get much love in regular schools. You have to see yourself not only being someone who meets the students twice a week in a very casual scenario, because the stakes are not that high, and you have to feel yourself like you're really part of this student's development throughout, sometimes 5 days a week. So you have to, I think it's a whole different scenario for English teachers. And, but Cecilia, I'm kind of confident. I feel like with a little love, we can kind of try to support that development.
No, I think that is happening. Yeah. And it's one of the things that makes me very happy is that this movement, what you know, the growth of bilingual education in Brazil, as we've seen in the last 10 years or so, I think it has helped a lot in terms of teacher development, because it has become apparent that teachers need that support. And just as we're not offered pre-service, you know, Sibeli mentioned that at university we don't talk about bilingual education. Yeah. You know, something that shocks me is that we don't talk about assessment at university.
Yes.
So we don't talk about a lot of things at university.
We don't talk about a lot of things.
Yeah. But one thing that Barbara said is brings really close to my heart, which is that we are not just language teachers, and that has always been very, very true to me. We have to see ourselves as educators. And that is, I think, something that the whole movement of bilingual education has been helping teachers see themselves more, English teachers see themselves more of educators than just English teachers.
Yeah. Well, you see, the just comes because in our minds, it happens, you know, once or twice a week. And, you know, they might not learn, they might not pass, but it's not that big of a deal in the student's life. So we kind of get comfortable with that position in being just English teachers.
And Barbara and Cecilia would say that understanding it's extremely important because all stakeholders, parents, students, teachers, leaders, they need to have a good understanding of what bilingual education is, and they don't.
And of the limits too, right? Because, you know, some people might think, oh, you're studying English like 5 hours every week. So what's this? What's this called? What's this called? You know, my son doesn't know English. Can't tell me what this is. And also in terms of assessment, they want innovative language. They want fluency. They want 21st century skills, but they want the same old assessment with the grades and close and grammar points and
it's
not evaluation.
It's very hard that they want a different result, but keep the means.
Yeah.
Yes. I was going to ask maybe a polemic question like, so who do you think will be the bilingual teachers in the future? English teachers or content teachers that speak English?
Tough question.
Can I start first?
Okay,
because I think some people might have had that thought when Edgy was talking about everybody's background. You might have noticed that I didn't study letras. I did study letras, but I quit. And then I came back again. I'm doing it again. Okay, it's just I haven't finished. But my start was with arts. And I've been having the privilege of teaching arts for high school students since 2017. And it feels so liberating to do what you wanted to have done, you know, what kind of like you had it for yourself. But I always spoke English. I've learned English as a baby. So
yeah, she's teaching art in English in a
English,
bilingual context.
Yeah. So for me, I don't have any temptation of stopping the class and having a whole lesson on why this structure is correct or that structure is not correct. I'm perfectly comfortable teaching art, and that's it. And sometimes giving students some feedback, but as any teacher would if checking their writings or anything like that. But what happened to me is that this happens sometimes, and then most of the times I teach English. I could never just teach English, you know, just come to class and just, it really changed me. So maybe I'm looking too far in the future, but what if we didn't have content? What if we had education and topics and themes and competencies and skills, and then teachers would focus on the things that they feel more familiar with, but we would have conversations in a really big teacher's room, and we would align our practices. So for 15 minutes, you develop that, and I'll pick up from what you left off, and I will go into this direction or that direction. What if we didn't have subjects anymore? I think that would be really nice, because my experience teaching art is that a lot of students come, they're very hardworking, but they think that serious students, they are science students, and humanities students, they're kind of, they're not going to amount to anything. But I try to tell them that art is everything. Art is physics, it's chemistry, it's math, it's philosophy, it's sociology, it's history, it's everything. And every class that you have that you can analyze an art object is a class where you can talk about anything. And I think every class you can talk about anything. You could totally have a class in math where you start off from an art piece, or you start from a text in English, because you can get the sonnets and start working with the math from the sonnets, from the syllables in the sonnets. So there's no real reason why we have to stick to this industrial revolution kind of thinking, into having everybody performing just enough, because there will be no real movement in society that will permit people to live to their full abilities. So I'm kind of, I know it's a little far off, but I think that if teachers went to college and, okay, I want to be an English teacher because that's what I like, but also take classes in other subjects and learn about other subjects. And then when you start teaching, you can choose. You can choose whatever opening is available to you. But that's just me.
I totally agree with you, Barbara. It's a mindset that we have. It's a change of mindset, right? That we have to start doing, because it's very disruptive, right? Because, like you said, it's a historical way of teaching that we have been doing since the last century. And but I do think that bilingualism and bilingual education brought some elements that can be used, you know, in other disciplines. Since we are still talking about disciplines, right? We are not talking about but we're still talking this way. But I really do think that bilingual education has some pillars, like transdisciplinarity, that I think it's a first step to what you are proposing.
Okay.
I agree, and I think it is exactly, you asked Lily, that who are going to be the bilingual teachers in the future. Content teachers, like a physics teacher that Barbara mentioned, that speaks English, or the English teacher talking about physics. I don't think we're going to be teaching content in the future.
Yeah.
And that's
Yes.
and that's one of the things, because we can see, and a lot of what I've been seeing on the bilingual, what people label as bilingual education, it's a lot more about developing students, competencies and critical thinking and problem solving, and the skills that we talk about so much. So I think, and that's one of the reasons Sibeli mentioned, that finally English has stopped being the underdog. And I think one of the reasons I actually defend and advocate that, one of the reasons, about time too, right? But one of the reasons that happened is because as language teachers, and English, because most, it's the language that is more commonly taught as a second language. But as language teachers, well, think about, for example, a doctor. A doctor is an expert on medicine, on healing people, on treating people. A language teacher is an expert on communicating. And being an effective communicator is one of the most valued skills that a person can have these days. So I think this is what makes us super special. It's because we are experts on communication, and we help our students develop their skills on communicating effectively. So I think, again, back to your question, Edith, we're not, I don't think we're going to be teaching content. And I do think that language teachers are going to have more importance, are going to be more on the spotlight from now on, because of being experts in communication. Your mic is closed, Eddie.
There was a truck outside. I turned it off, forgot to turn it on. But I was going to, anything else that you wanted to comment, Sibeli or Barbara, on this topic? Because I was going to ask you, do parents think that, that a bilingual child or person will have advantages over a non-bilingual besides the fact of being able to communicate in other parts of the world? Is there any?
I'm sorry, Aditi, you can finish. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, what are the other advantages of being bilingual besides being able to speak when you travel or study?
Yeah. There is plenty of research on bilingualism and cognition. So bilingualism strengthens cognitive abilities. So bilingual people tend to be more creative and flexible. There are a lot of studies on this. I would recommend Ellen Bialystok for those who would like to go deeper on the subject. And always access to many aspects of cultural, historical, and identity issues. Yes, when you get to learn another language. Another aspect that I would say is that bilingual tends to be more tolerant towards other cultures because of the access that we have to other kind of information and to communicate with other people. I would say that I would highlight this.
Okay, so there are other advantages, but do you think parents thought of these things, or is it just the trend?
I don't think parents know what it means. Sorry, Sissy.
I'm sorry, Barbara, you can go. Sorry.
Sorry. I don't think parents know what it means because that's not the English that they got in school. And I have a suspicion that most people think this what we're doing right here, it's some kind of magic, some kind of a trick, that it's really, God, you have to have a gift to kind of learn a different language, that this happens in a very weird process. But mystical. I do not think, I do not think that parents have a clear view of what they want. They're just ticking boxes of what's expected from them from this society where they congregate, like the immediate family or their neighbors, their co-workers, people who live around them with whom they have more interaction. This is sort of expected, you know, like some years ago, girls would go to ballet school or jazz school and they would learn how to dance. The boys would go to judo and there would be swimming. It's kind of like, this is what your kids should be doing. And there's like ticking of boxes. But when I've noticed that when I talk to parents, so the process is actually going to be slow. It's like, why is it going to be slow? It's just like, it's going to happen slowly. Because when you go to a language school, what we promise is that by this year, you will have this much success. And this is just not how languages work. It's not that we're lying. We do have a plan. And if everything goes according to plan. But with bilingual education, it's different because it's more relational. It's more about competences. There are other things being developed at the same time. And so I don't think parents have any idea, even when we tell them. But they will be fine as long as, you know, is the English box being ticked? And am I better than, or at least at the same level of everyone else I hang out with or I'm in contact with?
I think Barbara said it all when she said that I don't think parents know what they're talking about or what they're putting their kids into. And I think that so that's unfair. Again, we're generalizing. Most parents, I don't think most parents know what bilingual education is about. And I think that all they want is the language itself, is the language fluency.
Okay, Bessie has a question here. So we discussed this about let me just read the question. It seems bilingual education demands huge amounts of training, time, and investment. So today it's limited to a certain elite. From a Brazilian perspective, will it ever reach students in public schools? I think you mentioned this a little, right?
Yeah. We've been seeing some successful experiences throughout Brazilian public schools with bilingual. Here in Pernambuco, we have quite a few successful experiments, but yes, it is limited to an elite, much more accessible, I would say, to a broader number of people than than English learning was 20 years ago. I remember when I learned English 40 years ago, it was for very few people, and it became, more accessible and more accessible. When is it going to happen in public schools? I think it will, but I think we are not a century, but a few decades away from that still. But yeah, I think that the whole concept of it is going to move towards, it's going to move in that direction.
I think that yesterday the national curriculum guidelines for bilingual education were approved. So I think, like I said before, these are some first steps, right? So maybe in a century, like Cecilia said, we'll have some initiatives from the public sector, but I don't think it will happen soon, unfortunately.
Well, I think they have already been happening, but I think what Darcy is talking about, Lynn is talking about bilingual education, is the English being the other language. Because in terms of, like I said before, Libras, this already exists, and it is, there's no other way anyone would have the money to invest on something so specific, because I think the population's about 10% of Brazilians maybe that have any kind of hearing impediment.
Yes, 10%.
And 10%, right? And then you have, which is a lot, but then you have certain municipalities where, which are bilingual. So they have either native languages or languages from immigrants. So I think you probably have some investment on that area, but in terms of what we're talking about here, which is the teaching of English and the interwoven teaching of other subjects, I wonder if the universities, if the federal universities could start that development, if they could start colégios de aplicação, which focus on that. Because like we said, it's not only adding English in a percentage of the week, it's more about, there are a lot of other things to consider. And so if we had the universities, the federal universities coming forward, and that would be a great privilege for some kids who will never have the opportunity to go into a school that's more elitist.
There's a question here from Karina. Let me read the question to you. She says, I have heard from some of my students that lots of the students in the bilingual school classes have just given up studying this way because they simply don't know English enough to understand their teachers. So lots of students simply go back to the language school to get knowledge of the language. So what are the advantages of learning in a bilingual school? Who would like to answer that? Do you think this will continue to happen? They'll leave the bilingual school and go back to the language school because they don't know enough
I don't think so, Ellie. I really don't think so. I think, like Cecilia said, that second language acquisition is a process. It doesn't happen from a day to another. It's long-term process that takes at least 7 to 8 years, depending on the exposure that we have and what kind of bilingual education we are talking about, how meaningful interactions are, and so on. So I really think that bilingual education is here to stay, and it will take some time until we see some results, concrete results.
And on the case that you mentioned, Ellie, of students who go back to language schools because they don't understand everything that the teacher says, right? There are two aspects that I think are important to bring up. The first one is of course, ideally, I think that it's fantastic if the teacher is able to speak English 100% of the time, but we have to allow for some translanguaging and some use of the L1 as well, because a key principle of bilingual education is that from the side that I advocate, right? It's the idea of the dynamic bilingualism that Ofelia Garcia proposes, where it's not two isolated languages. I don't have two isolated languages. They interfere and they're interwoven, and that's what actually makes me a better communicator in both languages, in my mother tongue as well. It's because I learn from both the two of them, and I use aspects of the two of them in my communication. So this is one aspect. Maybe the teacher has to ease into the 100% English as well, and also allow for students to use some L1 too. If they read the text in English and discuss in Portuguese, it's bilingual. That's
yeah.
we have to.
That's what. Sorry, that was one of the key differences,
right,
between teaching English and sorry.
Exactly. And the other aspect that I want to bring up on the case that you mentioned is that what kind of expectation does the student have? Because if he has the expectation that I have to have the language to understand, no, we're going to talk about, let's say, we're going to talk about Newfoundland today. We're going to talk about traveling today. Oh, but you haven't taught the vocabulary for traveling. No, we don't have to. I think there's a lot of that too, the different mindset idea. And of course, teachers have to scaffold a lot more to get to bridge the language gap. But yeah, we can show the students that they do understand. If you give the instruction, the student, não tô entendendo nada. Yes, you are. You may not understand 100% of what I'm saying, but sometimes we don't understand 100% of what people are saying in Portuguese as well. But we don't question our understanding of Portuguese. We just ask the person to repeat, or we ask, "What is that?" I think there's so many dilemmas and so many points to consider there.
Yeah, and the question itself is very abstract and very generalistic, because I think many situations can happen which can have this effect on students. So there might be just a question of not very good instructions from the teacher side without a lot of modeling. Sometimes you need multimodal instructions. Most of the times you do, but you do that in ELT too. You would need that in ELT too. It's not just a question of bilingual education. And so there's that. And there's also the fact that sometimes teachers talk too much and then children get lost. And also from the side of our culture, in which we separate everything into little boxes. You start a class, Cecilia, you were talking about Newfoundland, sorry?
Yeah.
But what if the class is about the weather? So rainy, sunny, we have these concepts in Portuguese, and when children are learning this in a bilingual education setting, they know what these are, these phenomena. And, so if I start talking about these things and I make no connection to previous knowledge from students, then nothing is going to happen at all. So it's not really the fact that the child feels that they don't know the language, and that's why they can't understand, but they don't feel part of the process. They feel alienated from the process. There's a block. They don't know what it is. Oh, it's English. Oh, it's something else. But this is education. We should always assess how much students know and go for that sweet spot, you know. But anyway, I think there's a whole misconception. Yeah.
I think there's one more thing that we have to consider. Bilingual, we're talking about different approaches to teaching, learning a language, right? And not necessarily everybody's going to learn, you know, what we're proposing, what we're calling bilingual education, what we're talking about for English teaching. Maybe not everybody's going to learn like that. Maybe some people do learn better with studying the grammar, studying the language itself. It doesn't mean we will have movements like that. We can't just put everybody in the same box and think it's going to work with everybody. I just think it's a more organic way of learning a language, a more natural way, because like Sibeli mentioned before, second language acquisition happens, I believe, very much like the first language. So why should the process be different?
We have 4 minutes, and there's one more question here in the question and answer from Janaína. And she says, in Rio, we already have some public schools developing bilingual education, and the public universities are trying to work closer to the public sector. Don't you think that this movement has grown also because of the World Cup and the Olympic Games? Had you thought about this? What do you think?
I'm sorry, Barbara.
No,
yes,
ahead.
I don't have much information about this, but I have some friends in Rio, and they really said that during World Cup and other Olympic events like the Olympic, right? So this movement of preparing the population in order to receive tourists and in order to work in these events really increased in some specific periods.
Did you want to say something, Barbara or Cecilia?
Yeah, I'm from Rio, like Elodie.
Yes.
And I'm a little pessimistic in terms of what makes the local government invest in something for less adventurous people with the public sector investing on people. I think usually in Rio it means someone might be making money and they need qualified workforce. So I think this first push in terms of having taxi drivers who can speak English and having people who work with tourism in Rio and in other, it's not just Rio, here in Brasilia, same thing happened. There was a rush to get everybody to speak English through saying stem sentences and just, that was nice because it was kind of a lexical approach. It was interesting to work with that for a moment. But I really think this probably happened because of a focus on 19th century education of people learning just enough so they can perform and be economically active. I would hope that since universities have gotten involved, that this sparks some kind of passion in someone. Like, I hope that happens and then that develops further. But I really think even in our language schools, like the first day of class, why do you want to learn English? Oh, I want a better job. Oh, I want to travel abroad. It's never, and one day I told my students that you never say because it's beautiful. You never say because I read a poem and it made me cry, it made me happy to listen to that song. You never say that. You always say that you want to learn English so you can show off to someone or you can feel superior. I would hope that has sparked something in Rio, but I would be pessimistic. I think it's very focused on having people just be able to perform.
Okay. Would you like to say anything to close the topic? Because it's time. No? I felt like we were just warming up and now we're getting into the topic, but we have to stop because we have the next panel. I really want to thank Cecilia, Cibele, and Barbara for your participation. Would you like to say something?
I just want to thank you, Eli. I'm going to get it right today. Barbara and Cibele for the discussion, and James and BRAZ-TESOL Brasilia and Peter and everybody for the invitation. Talking about education, and it's something that it's always good. It's the simple fact that we're talking about this, we're discussing this and sharing points of view and things like that is very, I think it's very good for education itself. So thank you.
Yes, I think Cibele was very professional when she started because she she said thank you to everybody. She acknowledged everybody and then just started talking. So, but I would echo both Cecilia and Cibele. It's been a pleasure. And Ellie, thank you so much for calling me, and everybody at BRAZ-TESOL. James, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you again.
Well, thank you, everybody. So we are building our bilingual identity in Brazil together. So it's a pleasure to be in a panel like that, discussing this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, James, over to you.
Okay, thank you everyone for participating. That was really, really great stuff. So thank you. Okay, to everyone here, we're just going to transfer now over to the other panel, which should just take a couple of minutes. So just bear with us while we sort everyone's microphones and cameras out and everything. So there are some people in the room who have my name for reasons that are too boring to explain, but I'm going to promote everyone so that we can get you sorted out with your correct name. Okay, so let's do that first. Just give me a second. Oh, and there's two Peters as well. So I know we need one Peter, maybe we need both. So let's get both the Peters here. Figure out who everyone is. Right, okay, so the other Peter is Sarah, so that's okay. Aha. So, Ronaldo, is that you I can see there?
Yes.
Great, okay, so I'm going to, can you change your name there, or do you need me to do that for you? Okay, so Ronaldo, there you go. That's better. Okay, so if the other people who are in the room, I think you can unmute yourself, the other James Taylors. This is very odd for me. Hello, who's this?
Oh, I'm not here now, am I?
Oh, this is okay. This
it's India. Yeah.
Don't get me to work earlier.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. Don't worry. I'll hide you. Don't worry.
That's fine.
And there's Janina as well. Okay. So now I want to get this right. Okay. Rename.
I think Giselle is one of the James ladies.
So Janina, your name is correct now, so don't worry. Yeah, there you go. That's better. So I'll turn you back to an attendee for now, because you're not part of this panel. And where did there's Giselle?
Yeah.
Oh, and then I need to add Susie. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
She has the correct name. That's why.
How dare she?
Here we go. Yes. Right. So for now, I have my identity back. Let's see how long that lasts. Okay. Giselle, can we hear you? Are you on?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes. Loud and clear.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Susie, can we?
Yeah, do you want to test? Can you hear me?
That's right, we can.
Great.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay. So I'll get out of your hair, Peter. Leave it to you.
Right. Well, thank you, James, and thank you again to everybody who's attending. Also, thank you to Cecilia, Barbara, and Sibeli and Allergy for that wonderful discussion that you had. It was very interesting, I have to say, and a few points I took away from it that will be very relevant in the future. So I'd like to welcome you to the online panel, from offline to online. Will the classroom ever be the same again? And a special welcome to the three panelists we have with us, Susie, Ronaldo, and Giselle. So I'll start by introducing the panelists. Susie Casement Moreira was born in Northern Ireland, and she has a Master of Arts with honours in English language and literature from the universities of Edinburgh and also the University of Pennsylvania. She worked in publishing for several years at Heinemann and at OUP, and has taught in different schools and situations in Brasilia. But she joined Sarah Walker's team at Instituto Rio Branco in 2002, and also prepares candidates for the diplomatic exam. She's here to talk to us, given her experiences of online learning, which she had previously she has been the distance learning coordinator at Sarah Walker. But with this current situation, the online or the distance learning and the face-to-face learning have kind of been blended into one. So she's here to share her experiences with this new reality that we have. Ronaldo Gomes Jr. is an adjunct professor at the University Federal de Minas Gerais, Faculty of Letters, in the areas of language and technology and English teaching. And after returning from a postdoctoral residency at Macquarie University in Sydney, Australia, we won't hold that against him, but he is currently undergoing postdoctoral research at PUC in Minas. And he's on this panel because he deals with online learning, teaching students online, but it also has a great experience, a wide-ranging experience of studying online learning methodology, but has also been affected, as he will share with you later, by this new reality that we have, and we'll hope to share his experiences with you regarding that. And finally, but definitely not last but not least, Giselle Santos is a Google innovation consultant, and also founder of Human IA, a startup founded with the intention of creating uncomplicated access to the understanding and combined use of artificial and human intelligence through education. And clearly from that introduction, we can see how her research, her work and everything is focused on this connection between humans and machines, which is definitely relevant to what we're experiencing now with the change in the situation. So first of all, thank you to all the panelists for attending. And now I'm going to give each of them an opportunity to share a few words with the audience about their background and about what they wish to say. And we'll start with Susie, if you'd like to share with us your thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter and James and all the organisers and all the panellists. Well, I teach in two different places. They're not really places anymore. I teach with Sarah Walker and with Peter, people who want to become diplomats. And I also teach people who have just become diplomats. So especially the ones who've become diplomats, it's a very, very high level among the students. Although Peter pointed out that I was in charge of online learning with Sarah's group, it wasn't online learning the way we have to do it now. It was more like correspondence. People would submit their work to Moodle and we'd mark it and we'd send it back. And we still do that, but now we give anyone from the course who wants it a Zoom class at least once a week. So we did need to get used to Zoom for that. But a lot of what they need to do is to prepare for an exam and to write. So it somehow didn't feel like a huge leap. On the other hand, the students I teach at the Instituto Rio Branco, the diplomats, what they're supposed to do is get really confident at speaking, and we do very little written work with them. And like everyone else, when Brasilia locked down, more or less, in mid-March, we just had to get on with it. And very quickly, we were having online classes with all our students. And I did everything wrong, basically, at the beginning. Like most people, I was feeling that out of control feeling that we all have got from the virus, from the pandemic. And the one area where I normally felt that I had some control over life, which was in the classroom, some control, I didn't have it anymore because I was a complete novice about going online. I don't like being in front of a screen. I don't like talking to people very much on Skype or even on the telephone. So like most of you probably, I just had to get on and do it. And I had some help from friends and colleagues. We all tried to help each other. But some of the mistakes I made were that I thought, oh, we ought to focus a bit more on writing because that will be easier. That was totally wrong, actually. Very quickly, I realized that just about anything that we could do spoken in the classroom, we could do online as well. And that was mainly just because the students, that they were up for it. You know, I said, so can we run a debate? And they're kind of like, oh, well, I suppose so. And so we did. And, you know, I tried also because I got really, really tired. And I think they did too. And probably all of you have noticed how tiring it is to be in front of a screen all day. I tried not to have, at first anyway, class every week. I had Zoom classes every 2 weeks. And I realized also that we needed to have some different ways of communicating with one another and some ways of lightening up a bit, because my other big mistake was thinking I have to control everything that's going on. And when they're in a breakout room, what will I do? And so I was constantly leaping into breakout rooms and frightening people and kind of giving them a surprise. And I had to lighten up about that a good deal. And I tried to vary my activities as much as possible. You know, it's kind of obvious advice in any teaching situation. And I had to be careful with my students because some of them were not as happy online as others. Some of them were much better at kind of that jumping in that you have to do. The teacher can't see all of you in quite the same way as she can in the classroom. And I think something that Barbara said in the last panel really rang a bell with me. She said, you know, not everybody is going to do things the same way. Not all students are going to learn the same way. It's kind of obvious, but this was something that I really noticed much more when we were online, that even my fairly homogeneous students, you know, they've all passed this exam and they're all kind of together there wanting to be, they are diplomats. They needed some different approaches. And so I started working a lot more with WhatsApp and, you know, other fairly basic tools. So I think I should stop there and let the others who are probably more technically expert talk about their experience.
No, thank you, Susie. Very good summary of the reality that we were faced with in March. So, Ronaldo, would you like to add a few words? Oh, and now we're having difficulty hearing you, Ronaldo.
Hear me now?
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfectly.
So I'm Ronaldo. I'm sorry about that. I'm Ronaldo. I'm a professor at the School of Languages of the Federal University of Minas Gerais. And I work in 3 teaching areas at the university. I'm part of a team of professors that manage the Reading Strategies course. It's an online course that is available to all students from all courses. So we have an average of 3,000 students per semester in this asynchronous and self-instructional course. So our role is to coordinate the 14 tutors who help us to interact with the learners and answer their doubts, prepare evaluations, and organize the learning environment, send feedback, check progress, and etc. So in this course, my work is pretty much of classroom management, online classroom management, which has to do with the reconceptualization of the concept of presence, basically, participation, and interaction. It is a big challenge because online learning is not part of our learning culture yet. So students struggle a lot with being disciplined majorly. In online classes, the classes do not last 1 hour and 40 minutes, for example. It's up to students to control the duration of the class. So they struggle a lot with that. I also teach future language teachers to use and integrate digital technologies into their practices. In our course curriculum, there is a course, there is a discipline on tech tools and language learning. And in this course, we try not to focus so much on the technologies, but on their power to help us achieve educational goals. A big concern is not to turn this class into a technical course, to learn how to use the tool, but to raise awareness of ways of teaching and learning with digital tools. And why? Because that's how we learn, that's how we use the language nowadays in our social practices. And our goal is to educate language teachers to blend students' social and school lives, trying to turn the classroom into a meaningful learning space. Something I also focus on is not searching for the best method, but the construction of a post-method pedagogy, pedagogy in classroom procedures, in which classroom procedures and principles are constructed by the teacher based on prior and experiential knowledge and other strategies. So instead of focusing on knowledge-oriented pedagogies, we try to engage Letras students into constructing a classroom-oriented theories of practice. We were not educated to teach this way, basically, because the educational system has been denying the world's progress. Change is not something we accept as the normal state in education, I mean, in the educational system. However, I believe that we can successfully use technology to communicate with our friends and family. And if we can do that, we can also use it to engage our students. It's a matter of dipping our toes in the water and getting ready for bigger and deeper swims. And oh, I forgot to say that we also implement continuing education programs where in-service public schools, teachers, they have the opportunity to reflect on the use of digital technologies in language teaching as well. Well, I'm very happy to be here today to learn more with all the panelists and the audience as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ronaldo, and we're very happy to have you as well. As we are with Gisele, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Hi, I'm Gisele, or people call me Gi. I've been in education for over 26 years. Many of those years in the classroom, and then I changed a bit my role and went into innovation and tech consultancy, coordination, and finally as the head of innovation for an education holding. And now I have my own startup, so I've been working more freely now. And what I'd like to share is that of these 25 years as a professional in teaching, I have always been a learner. So I've seen and done a lot. And the question that is the theme of this event, what's next, is a question that we have always asked. What's next? What's coming next? What is the tool that's going to be a great hit the following semester or the following year? And what I've noticed is that many times we have failed to ask what should we be looking at right now, and especially because I don't know how many of you have noticed that most conversations and most events nowadays start with, in times like these, never have we. And so we seem to be very surprised at circumstances, and we shouldn't, because there were clear signs that we had to make a change. And it's 2020. We have been discussing online for the past 20 years, almost, in different ways, but that's what we have been talking about: 21st century skills, online, offline. And I don't know about you, but I feel that those are not the questions that we should be asking ourselves, and that's not what we should be looking at or into so furiously. I'm just going to pick up on something Ronaldo said about change. I don't believe that society is not ready for change, or that education is not ready for change. But when you study the future or futures that are available or that are in our horizon, transformation and change is more than just something that you look for or something that you want. It's something that you need to have the right variables for it to happen, okay? So there's even a formula for that. If you want real transformation, you should be dissatisfied. You should have a vision of what you want. And you also need to have the first steps. And the product of all these three variables must be smaller than resistance. And if any of them is equals 0, then you have no transformation. So the first thing that I feel is that many times we're not satisfied and say we want change, but then we don't have vision or we don't take the first step properly. And that's why it seems that we are not making a real move. And now that we have a very, I would say, undreamed of situation, people are seem to be more concerned. I have been able to go through all these moments in education, especially as a consultant for teachers and schools, and I think we have lived and we have been living like the 5 stages of grief. You know, when at first you have denial, and then you have, sorry, dog's barking. You have denial, you have anger, you have bargaining, you have depression, you have acceptance. And when I look back into it, that's exactly what I saw. And people say, no, this is not going to happen. This is just something simple. We're not going to close schools. And then there was this avalanche of people looking for tools where we should be looking into strategy, not tools. And as I mentioned, I don't think this is something new. I think we have always done it this way. And this is what should be changing. We shouldn't be preparing for post-pandemic or post anything, but we should be preparing for meaningful learning and teaching. So this is something, this is what I do. I don't think I have answers, but I do ask many questions, and I think this is something that I need to do to make changes. So this is how this is what I have to say right now.
Thank you, Giselle. So now we're going to open it up to more of a discussion now after the introductory words. And I'd just like to remind everybody, as James did earlier, if you have any questions for the panel, please send your questions to the Q&A so that I can see them, and I'll try to incorporate them into the discussion we have. But I thought we could frame this more or less in a past, present, future type situation. So my first question to the panel would be, how do you think, we're dealing specifically with English language realm, but in general, we can broaden it out to education as well. How do you think education responded to the lockdown, to the situation of being forced into a situation of teaching online, adjusting everything to online content? How do you think they responded? And also, as part of that, and part of the question that Sibeli asked as well, what do you think we should have done differently? Okay, that's my question. So how do you think we responded, and how do you think we could have responded better or differently? Okay.
I can start.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Hold on.
No, you can start, Giselle. Yeah. Go ahead.
I think we have tried to respond, as I mentioned, mostly as a reaction, right, to the shock, not to what we were going to do in fact. And I think I would have done something differently, and which is question more some of the decisions that were made. Whenever we think about the situation that we have and the solutions that have been introduced to the most of us, we now know that it's not working, right? So things like video only or synchronous lessons. And I fear to say that we have chosen very elitist and solutions for few, not too many of us. Because here we are discussing online or offline in a country where barely 30% of the population have access to internet. And I'm not saying broadband, I'm saying internet. So, and I'm not even going to mention education. So I think what I would have done differently would be to have more people talking and questioning the decisions, so that we could reach more people. Again, strategy, not just reaction, to see what we needed to do in order to have more quality, to have a better response from our students and a better response from admins, the government. Anyway, I think that's what I would have tried to have done differently, to have more people talking about this.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think teachers responded the way they could. I mean, I see teachers doing their best and working a lot, but I agree with Gisele that in a country with so much discrepancy and so much difference among all of us, digital technology should not be seen as the only, I mean, internet and online learning should not be seen as the only way to overcome this situation, since specifically because sometimes people have access, for example, to smartphones. Smartphones are more democratic, but in a family, sometimes there's only one smartphone and 5 kids to learn. So I think it's time for us to look for other solutions and try to see technology as in a broader sense and not focus so much on the digital, especially because we don't have infrastructure for that, and we would have to create more policies and programs to at least provide connection and even electricity to all. So I think we should try to focus less on the too techy side of the technology. And there are some states, for example, that they are using TV. The classes are being broadcast by TV, and also, I mean, printed materials too. We need to find, I don't know the answer. We need to discuss and learn from the community, but we need to find other ways.
Would you like to add anything, Susie?
I think they've said it better than I can. Thanks.
But there was a question directly for you, Susie. What would you have done differently now that you've passed through the grieving period, as G put it?
Yeah.
Is there anything you would have done differently in the transition?
Probably yes. In fact, very quickly, I did do things differently, just by force of circumstance. And I think I will elaborate a bit on that. But I think what she says about, we were just running around putting out fires. And, I'm much luckier than most because all my students had internet. And they all have a job and they all have quite good internet. So, I'm living a kind of ivory tower life with my students. But in terms of doing things differently, I think like most people, I was just kind of like, I have to earn a living, I have to teach. The Instituto Rio Branco said, I have to teach. And they said, I have to have all the students with their cameras on all the time. And I hope none of them are listening, but I simply disobeyed quite a lot of the guidelines. I didn't have Zoom every week. I didn't make any insistence on cameras. And I quickly turned away from trying to worry about written stuff because I realized that their English class was one of the moments of the week where they could actually do something real that wasn't too stressful as well. It was stressful, but in a sort of way they'd chosen. They chose to be diplomats or to be students who want to be diplomats. So they wanted to be challenged to deal with diplomatic situations. So, you know, we did press conferences, we did in one of the groups, which was called English Under Pressure, boy, did they get pressure. You know, they would have to send each other WhatsApp messages with a very difficult question about Brazil and China. And the other one had to answer it within 1 minute in no more than 2 minutes on WhatsApp audio. So instead of saying, oh, poor little things, you know, maybe they'd like to do a bit of writing, I thought, well, their life is about this pressure. It's about dealing with things quickly. And at the moment, it's about working online, because some of them were in internships at the same time in the ministry. They were having meetings online. They were dealing with desperate, stranded Brazilian citizens abroad. So we just practiced dealing with that. And it wasn't necessarily what the ministry thought I was supposed to be doing at that precise moment. But I think that what I learned was I just have to quickly respond to what they need and do it. And they kept giving me advice and helping, you know, saying, we need this, oh, please, can we do more of that? And I didn't exactly give up everything we always normally do, because, you know, it's been planned for a long time. It works what we normally do with them, but I really interspersed it with stuff they needed at that moment. And some of it was just like, go into a breakout room and just talk about whatever you want, because sometimes they just needed to have a few light moments in their rather long day. And I'm sure that's not just diplomat students who have these long screen days and lots of stress. So what I did differently was basically I tried to lighten up.
Peter, let me just say something, because I believe Susie's testimonial here is an example of how we should not reproduce what we did or what we used to do in our face-to-face classes. Because she said that, I really like what she said, because she did what was normally planned, but she did what was needed at that specific situation. So right now I see, for example, as Giselle, I think it was Giselle who said, cameras on all the time and only videos, and students are becoming they are exhausted, because it's really hard to pay attention, for example, the whole morning to a teacher. And sometimes we need to just let them do, just let them be, you know. So I think sometimes it's a good thing to do.
For sure, it's actually one of the things that we can often forget as teachers, because we give our classes, but we do have students who are doing other forms of Zoom classes or what have you. And it is very tiring. It's much, it seems to be more tiring for me anyway, to be teaching online rather than actually in the classroom. So it's something very important to take into account. And that leads us nicely into sort of the next phase, the present phase. So we know that there are limitations. We are in a country with a lot of inequality. So there is the concern that perhaps education has stalled for many people. So my question to the panel would be, what do you think are the alternatives, the possibilities that we can now start to explore if there are limitations in access to education, or let's say out of magic, the government is able to provide the sort of resources to people in the next few months. What are the options available for us as teachers now?
I think there are a couple of things that we can do. One is favor connection, not connectivity. So know your students, connect with them, and find the best way to reach them and to get their attention, to give them a sense of purpose, to give them a sense of achievement. I also think that we shouldn't, again, just go with everyone. In anthropology, we have this thing of familiarize what is different and to question sameness. So first things like question sameness. Why is everybody using Zoom or Kahoot? Just question it. And also listen actively to your surrounding. And so that means the teachers who work with you, your students, and then again, you will be able to find better strategies. It's not that we cannot consider an online life or that we shouldn't talk about it because people don't have access to it, but we should know what we're talking about. Having worked in that area for so long, I noticed that even the schools that are considered digitally prepared, they have their digital life lived and designed for presence, not for distance. So even those schools with where students have access to internet, their knowledge of their digital fluency is very much based on presence. So no autonomy, they don't know what to do, they don't know how to pick a tool that favors them. So I think this is something for us to do as homework, to get to know our students, to get to know their stories, to understand our environment in order to have the better solutions.
Yeah, I would also add that we need to find other ways to interact, because sometimes I think nowadays there is a focus, a strong focus on synchronous interaction, but there are different ways and other ways to interact with our students, and sometimes the synchronous is not the best interaction for the activity, and also I think we should stick to technologies that require low connectivity. For example, WhatsApp. I've been seeing lots of people doing a great work using WhatsApp and try to flip the classroom. A lot has been said about flipped classroom, but I really believe that now we should use the time with our students to have a meaningful class and not just repeat lectures. So we need to reconceptualize the classroom time now.
I really appreciate what you both said, and I've thought a lot about what she said about, well, you both said this actually, about getting to know your students better and having a more meaningful interchange during the contact time. And this is actually quite easy for me because I have small classes, but it's something that I feel overwhelmed by when I start thinking about education in general. And at the moment, I'm sure a lot of people are just trying to get through each day. And what you've both pointed out is that, really everyone needs to stop and have time to rethink, change things completely, and we're not going to have that. We're not going to have it for lots of reasons. And I don't want to start sort of going into all the reasons, but I simply do not know what's going to happen. I suppose that being human, we're all just going to somehow sort of get along and adapt and be sort of quite stoical about it. That's not really good enough. And when the pandemic is less severe, which I suppose it will be one day, we'll probably go back to something more or less the same, and everyone will just kind of forget about everything, because that's really how humans mainly work, unless you have a few really visionary, more than a few, a lot of visionary movers and shakers, not just in the Ministry of Education, but in the whole world, really. And that teachers get listened to much more. Teachers have to listen to their students, but the teachers themselves have to be listened to, because they're the ones who actually know what it's like, and not some Secretary of Education or Minister of Education and somebody with a budget. It's really, I don't have any answers.
Yes, Susie, I couldn't agree more. And I think that right now, what we see all over the world is teachers are performing the role of Ministry of Education, teachers, doctors, everything. All the load has been thrown to the teachers. And I agree with you. Sometimes if you have like, I don't know, 6 or 7 lessons, 40 students in the classroom, it's impossible to do the get to know your students. But and that's why I think that whenever you have a situation like this, again, we should throw back to the admins and to the secretaries and say, okay, we cannot go one by one. Let's look at the school community. Let's look not into every classroom sometimes. So we need to bring teachers into these discussions, and we haven't seen teachers be invited to these discussions. But of course, not surprisingly, teachers are the ones doing all the work as they can, because since we have closed schools, teachers have not stopped at all. And there's this thing about trust and in the situation, is that why have we decided, why not we of course, but how have people decided on some things? It's because lack of trust. So they need videos to show parents that the lesson is being taught. They need videos and cameras on to show the world that students and teachers are there. Whenever I stop to analyze why we're sometimes choosing some tools and not others, I see that there's this thing about trust. The relationship of times and interactions, people are not really worried most of the time about that. They just need evidence that school is on, not that students are learning. And the ones who are really worried about the learning part, teachers. We're the ones who, like, whenever we see that somebody's missing or the camera has been off for a long time, we're not worried about if the student is not, we cannot see the face of the student, but we start thinking, is my student okay? What's wrong with that teacher who I cannot see on camera? And why is it hard to peek into the privacy of these teachers? So I totally agree with you that we need to be heard more often. And I think the best way to do this, again, is to push and talk louder, maybe.
Yeah, I would add that we should not accept, because we are doing all the work, as Gisele said, but I think we should not accept that peacefully, because the workload is it's huge. I mean, I was talking to Peter and Susie on Monday that because I was like hired to teach online, so I only teach online. And when I started teaching online, I mean, I had some problems. I mean, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't turn off. So it's a lot of work. And teachers are now being threatened because, and I agree with Giselle that they are doing their classrooms, I mean, only with video, because parents and society in general are questioning if students are really teaching. So, let me see if my son is receiving classes. So, I mean, we are doing the best we can, but I think we should resist, and we should not accept all the work. How to do that? I don't know the answer, but I think we should talk more and debate more and try to look for a better scenario.
Sorry, I was muted. I think what you've touched on something that's very, very important, and I think it was something that Ronaldo said before, but it relates to, in particular, Brazilian culture, is that there is this idea that you have to be there to be doing it. I found in my experience of talking to people that, you know, you can punch your time card, and that means you're at work. Whether you're actually working or not, or gossiping or surfing the internet is another matter, but as long as you are physically there, that seems to be the belief that
yeah, according to the university, I work 40 hours per week, but I really work much more than that.
And also it often falls on us as teachers. The institution will make an executive decision about the way things should be done. And then that's, all right, this is the way it's done, now go do it, teacher. And often there isn't the support behind. Some institutions will provide support or will provide basic training, but often it is up to the educator to adapt that training into the reality they are facing.
Yeah, I mean, my mom, she's a teacher. She had to buy a new cell phone, a new computer, the license for a video editing software, to learn how to operate the software. So it's an investment that she's doing because she can, but there's a lot of people who cannot.
Yeah. So I think it comes back, I think one of the things that I hope the situation has forced us into is the realization, the general realization of the importance of the role of the teacher. I think parents have had a glimpse into the life that teachers lead by having their children at home with them 24/7. You know, they don't get the break that they used to have. And there was a point from the last panel which was raised where we have to stop seeing ourselves as just English teachers. I've always hated that, and there are a lot of people that are coming on board with the idea that English language teaching is a profession. We are educators, we are part of a team of professionals that have deep knowledge in not only language, but also in how to explain the language. So hopefully this realization will occur in the general populace that, you know, instead of just being a teacher, but what do you really do in your real life? You know, or what are you going to do once you finish teaching? People will start to appreciate this more. And with that in mind, and we started touching on it, Susie was touching on this before, but where do you think we go from here now that we've been through the start, we've had the transition, we've started to get used to things. Once the pandemic is over, although there is a likelihood we will be forced into the situation again sometime in the future, who knows when. But how do you see the experiences that we've had in this education shift? What are we going to adopt? What are we going to continue? Are we going to change any of the ways that we used to do things? How do you see us going ahead?
I guess we the first thing you have already mentioned is not to see ourselves separate or in a different world from education. And I don't mean to forget our roles as language teachers, there's a question here and says, what is the future? Right? And one of the things is, I think we will notice more why people are looking for us, why people are looking for English as a foreign or second language. I like to mention one example as things that we should be aware of. Recently, I think about a year ago, people discovered Tinder as a source for language tutors. And as funny as it sounds, and people were not looking for relationships, they were looking for language teachers. And Tinder noticed this gap, and we call it job to be done. They did their homework, and they have launched a feature called Passport, and you can talk to people all over the world. And so I think maybe as professionals and as business owners, because it is a business too, and as educators, we should be more aware of the world around us and the purpose and why people are looking for different languages and what brings students into our classrooms instead of just using an app. So I think if we really want to touch base with the futures in the plural of ELT, we should be more aware of what's happening around us.
Yeah, and I like to think that we should bring the social life to the classroom. And I think as teachers, a way to do that is to try to, because I mean, nowadays we're using lots of tools that were not designed with an educational purpose. And we can do that, we can continue to do that. Try to use tools and technologies we use in our day-to-day to communicate, or to find a date, or to find a ride, or to find a location in the map. Use technology and tools that we use in our day-to-day in the language classroom. I think it's a way to make the classroom more current and meaningful. And also, I think now after this, hybrid learning will become something more normal. I mean, because there is this this difference between face-to-face and online and distance education, but actually what we see as a trend is the hybrid, because that's how we live in our day-to-day. We don't live totally present and we don't live totally distant. We live hybridly. And I think it's something we should pursue in education too.
I really agree with what you said about how we're going to live. Life is going to be slightly different, at least for some time, and possibly in waves. It will be dramatically different. And something that really bothers me is the idea that all those articles that I read in The Guardian that say, we have to rebuild a better world after the pandemic, that we're just going to forget about them all as soon as things are a bit better. And then suddenly it'll be, oh, things are very bad again. And we're all going to jump and kind of panic and rush to put out the flames again. So yeah, I've sort of already said that, but yes, I think we have to work actively to shape what's going to happen as well as just react to what's going to happen. And I don't want to talk myself out of a job, but I think that in quite a lot of cases, the teacher will be less teacherly. The teacher will be more a moderator, a facilitator maybe. And I think this ties in quite interestingly with bilingual, the things that the bilingual panel said. It'll be a much sort of, we almost won't notice that we're does it matter really whether we're doing that bit of it in Portuguese and that bit in English? I live in a bilingual home, and does it matter that we start a sentence in Portuguese? Of course, it would matter if we had a visitor from a monolingual family, but we are, not just the very privileged people who learned English when they were children, but more and more people are in a sort of fluid world of dating apps and watching films from all over the world on different streaming platforms and so on. So I think we need to get this really tricky balance, which is remembering that we have to do some active changing, make education change, but we don't need to be this sort of figurehead at the top of the classroom, doing what the syllabus says and making sure that all the students are behaving in exactly the way we want them to behave. And I do know I'm saying that from a position of incredible privilege, because my students are not messing around. They want to speak English. And I know it would be different if I was teaching a bunch of really disaffected 14-year-olds, perhaps. But we're going to kind of swim in and out of being online, being offline. We're going to get our students to do different things. Okay, they can read an article in Portuguese and then summarize it in English, or vice versa. And be more flexible in my case, because I have this urge that I want people to be in a routine. I want to control things. I have to lighten up. I have to take a step back. And I think that might be the case with quite a lot of people, especially if you're a parent and you sort of think, oh no, but you've got to have a routine, you've got to have discipline. You do, but it shouldn't become the focus of your life.
Okay, thank you. Well, I really appreciate everyone's input today. I think you answered some tough questions and gave some very, very good opinions on the reality that we're facing nowadays. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but I'd like to thank all the panelists once again for giving up this time, and also to all those who have attended this panel. I hope you've managed to pick something up. And I'm sure this discussion is not over yet, and I'm sure we'll be continuing to add to it as we go along this journey further into the unknown and to the unknown future. And maybe, Susie, you should stop reading The Guardian and read The Times instead. And maybe the future would be much brighter. Little private joke there. But, okay. So Ronaldo, Susie, G, thank you very, very much for your time. And
thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you all very much. Thanks.
Excellent. So I'll now pass it over to James so he can do the organization for the next panel. And please, attendees, if you need to grab a cup of tea or coffee or something, do so now. And come back in a few minutes.
Be very, very quick though.
Okay. Yeah, be quick. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks everyone there. That was great. Really interesting stuff. Okay, Giselle, you're on a double shift, so don't go anywhere. Okay, so I'm just going to sort out the attendees now, so the panelists now. So just give me a moment, everyone. Okay. So if everyone can turn on their microphones and cameras, let's make sure everything's working.
Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey.
Yeah,
Hello.
sounding good
Hi,
so far.
Rodrigo. Hi, Janaína. Hi, Gisele.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Yeah, Rodrigo, can we hear you as well?
Yes, we can hear perfectly.
Oh, yeah, great. Okay, great. So I'll hand it over to you, Amelia, so you can take over now. Okay, you ready?
Thank you, James. Hello, everybody. I'm really happy to be here today, this afternoon. And thank you all for being here since 2. I know that some of you were here from the start. And then today is a very special day because I might confess that I'm a bit nervous because this is my first time as a moderator for a panel, and it is such a special panel. And my name is Tamiris, for those who don't know me, but you can also call me Tami. I was born and raised in Osasco. I hope you can pay me a visit because Osasco is the capital of the hot dog. So whenever you are here in Osasco, just call me and then we can go together to have some hot dog. I'm an online teacher. I've been teaching online for 4 years and a half. Some people know me from the online teaching scenario, but today I'm here to talk about another topic which I'm really passionate about, which is race and racism. And then I have many, many special people with me today. And then I'd like to invite Gisele to introduce herself a little bit and then to tell us why is it so special to be here today.
Um, I'm Gisele, or G, as I mentioned in the previous panel. I've been in education for over 25 years, and this is the first time that we talk about this in education. And I mean, not only today, but I think we haven't talked enough about racism, race, and being Black, and talking about what it means to be Black in the classroom. So I'm really happy to be here and to be with wonderful people, and to call the attention to we shouldn't be putting out fires and talking about this because something happened, but it should be something to be talked and noticed all the time. I don't know how many events I have taken part in and without any Black speakers. And nobody missed that. And it's something to be missed, questioned, and talked about. So I'm really happy to be here today.
Thank you. Janaína, could you please tell us something about yourself?
Hello, I'm Janaína. Hi, Tami. First, I'd like to thank BRAZ-TESOL Brasilia for being here, and especially James Taylor. And Tami, I thought you were from Brasilia because
I'm not. I'm always around.
But I'm very happy to be with Gisele and Sarah again. So thank you very much. I'm a university teacher, and I work at a state university, UERJ, in Rio. And I'm also a teacher developer there in other situations. And today, I'm very happy to be here. It's my second time being invited for a BRAZ-TESOL event. The other one was Voices in São Paulo. And we had, again, it was the same topic. And I think it's very important to have this kind of discussions. And that's it. So I thought that it would be good to be in this group to talk a little bit about my experience as a university teacher, and what is happening nowadays, and I've been receiving more, not only Black students, but also Black teachers becoming researchers. So I think it's very important to talk about this as well. So
All
that's
right.
it. I'm here to talk about this.
Janaína, thank you very much. And last but not least, Rodrigo, please tell us a bit about yourself.
All right, so I'm Rodrigo. Thank you very much for having invited me to be here, to be part of this beautiful panel, this beautiful, colorful panel in here. This is, just like you guys said, it's the first time I see a lot of us together to talk about something that directly affects us. So this is amazing. Well, I've been in education for the last 17 years. I'm 34, so it's been, half of my life dedicated to learning and teaching English. And I I really, really feel happy today. I mean, you know, I don't even have words to describe the feeling. I've talked to Tammy today, and I was like, Tammy, I'm excited. I don't know how it's gonna be. I mean, it's gonna be, you know, the first time talking about something that's so relevant to us, and it should be relevant to a lot of people too. And that's my third time speaking at BRAZ-TESOL, and I'm very happy to be back home. I feel, you know, so welcome here, and this is a place where I feel safe. This is a place where I feel, you know, that people are here to learn and to develop. And if they have one thought, they're ready to, you know, all right, so this is what I should think about now. So this is the place to be. And well, I've taught, you know, most of my life in schools and language institutes, and I have worked as a teacher developer, just like Janaína said, for the last 4 years now. And it's been a great experience because I've met all kinds of teachers from, you know, university professors, institute teachers, private teachers, and now online teachers. And I'm happy to be part of this group now. We're talking about the from the, you know, offline to the online world. I'm one of those that feel really comfortable now in the online world. And when I see people talking about it, it's like, that is something to think about. So yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. Let's make it happen.
All right. Rodrigo, thank you very much. And Gisele, one of the topics that you mentioned that would be interesting for us to discuss a little bit would be Afrofuturism. How do you pronounce it?
Yeah, that's it, Afrofuturism.
Yeah, what is this about? Are you familiar with that, Rodrigo?
Yeah. This is one of my favorite parts of studies in studies of the future. So Afrofuturism, although the name has seems to be only about the future, but it has to do a lot about our culture and thinking about how the past and present shape our future. So the first thing that I would like to say about Afrofuturism is that it's to transcend circumstances. And for the Black community, this is something that, again, is not talked much about. And I'll start with my personal story. When I was a kid, my ideas of futures were very much based on artistic aesthetics and, for example, the Jetsons, the movies. And for a long time, that's what I thought the future would be, till I finally realized that nobody looked like me or my family there. There are no Black people in the Jetsons, or very few Black people in movies about the future, and very few people, or almost none, Black people whenever you talk about space or futuristic professions. And this is a problem. Because if you don't see yourself into the future, that steals from your opportunity to dream futures. And this is what Afrofuturism is all about, is the ability to transcend circumstances and see yourself in the future, see your students in the future, talk about different futures for students, and not just rely on a question of what do you want to be when you grow up, but see yourself when you grow up. And we know that many of these students don't have the chance to see themselves as grown-ups because of the circumstances. Because we tell them over and over, we repeat what society shoves on their faces that is of a lesser future. So Afrofuturism is all about that, and it involves art, music, science, studies, artificial intelligence, questioning algorithms and questioning why some of the algorithms do not even consider us as living beings. So I think this is what Afrofuturism is about and why we should be talking to people about it. And it's not something to be cited as technology or something as for science class. No, this is for life. This is something that we should start pointing out, like, see how Black people, whenever you Google Black people, what sort of images show up, or whenever you see examples of professions in books, whatever people put there, examples and things like that. So this is what Afrofuturism is all about.
All right. Well, that's the first. Actually, Gisele, when you pointed at one of the topics that might be interesting for us, I got really curious about what this would be. So Afrofuturism, is it about like becoming a kind of robot, something like that? Because yes, that's what we remind of. Rodrigo, would you like to comment anything on that?
Yeah, sure. I'm impressed with that because like this is a topic that has never crossed my mind at any level, but that's incredible. How I have never seen anybody that looks like me or that talks like me in this future, cartoons or movies. And that's one of the importance of the Black Panther for the representation that he had, in the movie, Chadwick Boseman, R.I.P. He represented for us when you see like, wow, I could be a superhero too, and I'm going to be a cool one. It's not going to be the trashy one that nobody remembers. And when you talk about the Jetsons, I grew up watching the Jetsons and watching Flintstones and watching, all these cartoons. And definitely, I mean, we have never seen anybody that looked like us in those movies and in those cartoons and, even in series. So one thing that hurts me is that, everything related to the Black community is called Black. You know what I mean? Instead of saying like, hey, watch the cartoons. And then if you see a cartoon, it's like the Boondocks. There's a Boondocks, which is a Black American cartoon, and it's referred to as Black cartoon. Doesn't matter. Why do you still have to separate us like that? It's like, if you ever listen to Black music, this is Afro this is African this is, the variety of English that I'm going to talk about is called African American Vernacular English. Why not just called Vernacular English? But you still have to have a stamp. It's like, oh, this is Black labeled here. So it's just like, we have this. Unfortunately, we have to deal with this. So when you talk about the Afro futurism, I'm just like, wow. Yeah, that's when I asked my little sister, and I was just like, hey, what you want to do when you grow up? And how do you see yourself? Because I've asked this question, and she goes like this, I don't know, maybe a rapper. I said, man, it's always related to rap for us. It's never, I'm going to be a doctor. I'm going to be a dentist. I'm going to take care of people. And it's always like, I'm going to be a rapper. I'm going to be a dancer. And I mean, it's just like always the same thing that is for us, because this is where we see Black people on TV. And amazing. Yeah, love it.
In Gisele and Rodrigo, something that comes to my mind is, why do we keep recommending only TV series or songs from white singers or TV series from white people? Then we should be careful about the examples that we bring to the classroom. So why do we keep telling students that they should watch Friends to master their skills? So why not getting more recommendations from other kinds of TV series where Black people are not seen as gangsters, or there are lots of them? Gisele, you opened your mic. Janaína, if you wanted to comment on that, feel free to do so.
Exactly. I was going to mention Friends. Like, Friends was the #1 choice for, language teachers to show the life of people abroad and a group of friends, but they were all white. And nobody felt bothered by it. And I think one of the reasons that people think it's just the way it is, and then we always hear the thing, no, but we are all equals. No, we are not. This is the first thing that we should not, not in agreement when people say, no, we are all the same, we are all equal. No, if we were, we wouldn't be discussing, we wouldn't have panels like this, we wouldn't have people being chosen at talks, or the images on our books would be different. So I think the first thing is to bring it up, to avoid the surprise of having, you know, great professors, and they say, oh, and then whenever, I don't know if it happened to Janaina, but whenever you arrive and say, oh, I thought you were different. Because there's this whiteness that is modeled. So the surprise that it's a panel of Black women, or that Googlers can be Black women. So I think the first thing is to talk about it. We have silence for so long that whenever we bring this up, it seems that people have words for like me, or activist. No, it's not. It's we're just retaking what has been taken from us. And again, I need to say this. I am extremely privileged for the lightness of my color too. And where people come to me and say they don't perceive me as a Black woman sometimes. So darker skinned women or darker skinned teachers, they have even more of a harder time, and darkened students. So this is something that if there is any privilege in being heard, I'm going to use my voice to talk about this. I am going to bring it up in panels and talks. Sorry, Janaina.
Well, sometimes what happens with me is that they don't believe that I'm a university teacher. So when they enter the classroom, for example, they ask me, what is the teacher? Could I talk to the teacher? So some of the students. So they don't believe that I could be a university teacher. And something else is that I'm an English, and I teach English, which is something else. It's something different. I don't have many friends who are Black teaching English at university level. And about the books, you were talking about the future, and then we could think about the present. When I was invited for this panel, I started looking for my old books where I studied, and all the books, you had only white people. You didn't have anybody from Black. And then I got to 2000, a book from 2000. And again, I found at least some Asian representatives, but no Black, no Indians, no indigenous, only white and some Asians, but Asians from exchange program, the exchange program. So it was very strange. So what I think that for some time, I thought that English, when I was a child, I thought that English was spoken just in the United States and in England, and that everybody in England and the United States, they were all white. Okay, that's so the idea. They were all rich because you had a very big house and so on. Nowadays, we have law, for example, in Brazil, at schools. Well, we had, because now I don't know exactly what is going on, but sometime we had the PNLD, and then there was an obligation to have the pictures. So in the pictures, you should show diversity, and you had to show other cultures, and to show that English was not something only from the United States or America. So I think I had only one Black teacher at Bill. He was the psychology teacher, and then it was the TTC. But I think that things are changing. I work at a state university, and UERJ was the first university, I think, in Brazil with quota. So when I started studying at university, we were only 2 Black students, but nowadays 40% at least of the students are Black. So I think that we are changing a little bit this, but we still have models like this, Jacksons and TV series and all this kind of inside us. So it's very hard to change the position.
Exactly. We've got a comment from Patricia. Patricia, she says, she writes to Gisele. Gisele, what bothers me, it is the low number of Black students in our private schools. It is so unfair. It perpetuates inequality. It does. How do you feel about having a low number of Black students? And Rodrigo, Gisele, Janaina, you can vent your feelings on that.
Well,
Rodrigo, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's just like, let me just go back to a topic and then I'll try to address that one. Gisele said that it is hard sometimes that she is a light-skinned black, just like me. And there's a documentary that I've watched a couple years ago, which is called "It's Hard to Be a Yellow Bone." You know, the yellow bone is what they call them, the light-skinned black people. Like, you know, they have this division, like the red bones are the darker skins, and the yellow bones are the light-skinned black people. And it's hard because, I mean, mainly here in Brazil, because in the United States, that's very well defined. Like if you're not white and you're not Latino or Asian, you're black. That's it. Simple. Straight to the point. We are all black here. No discussion. That's it. Boom. You're black. Here in Brazil, we have the colorism going on. We're just like, we never know who we are. They call us all kinds of, you know, envelopes. You know, the envelope color. It's like, you pardo. What is that? It's like, I don't even know what that is. It looks like a bag of bread. And I was like, hold up. So it's really difficult to be defined here. It's like, we never know. And I think this hurts us in a way that we don't know what kind of identity we have, because we cannot even call ourselves black. There's always somebody to come up and say, you're not black, you're moreno, you're escurinho, you're mulatto, you're, you know, all kinds of names. And this becomes an internal thing going on in our heads. And then I have a nephew who is 11 years old, and that took him a while to understand that he's black, because he goes to a private school and he is the only kid who was black in the classroom. And then the other kids learned that they could not use the term black. So he never knew that he was black because he could never be called black. You know, everybody referred to him as, you know, like when they say, oh, that's Kawan over there. Which one? Oh, o Moreni. So then you would just, you know, change that word black, because being black is so negative, you can even use that word. So, and then one day we sat around, we're at the house, and it's just like, hey, Kawan, hey, how do you feel to be black? And, you know, he's darker skinned than I am. And he's like, I'm not black. So, man, we have an issue here, man. Come on, sit down. Let me just school you in to what it is to be black in this society, because you're going to be suffering things that you don't even know where the suffering comes from. And that was hard for him to understand. He was like, and then one question that he asked me is like, no, do you really think like my friends are not going to like me because I'm this color? I said, man, not your real friends. Don't worry about it. You're going to be welcome. You're intelligent. You're smart. You can do whatever you want to do. You can be whoever you want to be. But you have to understand that some people don't understand that. And I was just like, and then I asked him the question, which was, have you seen anybody that has this hair like yours? Because, you know, he likes his afro. So he likes the afro on, and it's like, have you ever seen anybody that looks like you at school? So no, actually nobody was like that. I said, yeah, so that's what I'm talking about, because you might be perceived as different by somebody, but don't let that make you feel down. I mean, we are different. And then he started to realize that. And then it took him a while, and he is 11 years old. And then he was just like, that's why the other guy said that I should be playing basketball. I was like, okay. Or when they talk about, you know, studying history, and they talk about slavery, and they always go like this, Kawan, so you want to talk about this? And that's when he goes, I don't know nothing about this. It's just, they assume just because he is different, you know what I mean? So that's hard for him, and being in a private school.
Rodrigo, I believe it took me 25 years to find out I was black, because I used to deny everything. I didn't have black friends. I didn't have black teachers. Where I studied, I didn't have any black English teacher. and my peers at school. So it was only when I decided to stop putting some chemicals on my hair and then to have the big chop to face the transition, that's when I discovered I was Black. And my students started perceiving me as a Black teacher. Because until that point that I didn't have this hair, they thought I was not a Black person. So then it was a transition for my students as well. Have you ever seen that video from Beyonce, the day America discovered Beyonce was Black? I had the same thing with me. So people started perceiving me as a Black person. And Janaína, at university levels, you told me you've got a project with some students,
I have a project with students who didn't have, I teach English at university level, but they need intermediate level of English to start studying. And some of them, let's say, they don't have this good English, considered good English, or they haven't studied English at schools, okay, the level that they should have. And then we have a project for these students. And then most of these students who had less English than the others, they are Black, okay? So I believe that we still have a problem, okay, before the university level. We have to think about this. And so the project is developing English out, let's say the language. Now it's not only English because we are working with other languages as well, but developing this language abilities, let's say, skills, and plus learning strategies, because in some cases we have problems not just with the language, but learning. And sometimes also the question of identity and feeling, some of them want to give up after some time. So we try to help them stay at university and don't giving up. In the beginning, it was just me and a few students, but now we have about 30 teachers from different languages, as I told you, not just English. We have Japanese, French, Spanish, working this way as well. But still, I think we have a long way to go to have more Black people studying. And I believe that we have to invest more on the public sector. So we have to have more work on this sector. But I told you as well, as something good is that we are receiving more Black students at university, and we are receiving more Black teachers as researchers. And usually they come from the bilingual schools. We don't use the term bilingual anymore, but could be bilingual education. But from the bilingual education, we have lots of Black teachers who work from slums, because we have the schools, the bilingual schools, usually they are in places like Maré, Complexo do Alemão, which are slums, kinds of slum communities here, poorer communities. And we have also some community language projects and scholarships with partnership with other language schools. So I think things are getting better. We have vestibulares, community vestibulares, language, community language centers. So things are changing, but we still need a lot of work. So at university level, we are trying to help at least, and we are being helped as well. So we don't think that it's just we are giving things, but we are exchanging experiences. So that's the project.
Yeah, I think somebody asked how we can change, and I think we can hack the system, which is white. So whenever we prepare our sessions, include Black people in the slides. Whenever you're going to teach a lesson and there are no Black people, just bring your own images. Refuse to work with all white cast and material. So I think one way also to have more people in private schools is, again, to give our people, or to give students, children, and older people more ways to think about futures and to see themselves part of the system. Because still, like Rodrigo was mentioning about the brother, it's not about just going to basketball or to be called to talk about blackness. I read this. She gave me my Wakanda passport, and it seems like in the past month, most Black people have been invited to talk about being Black. And this Blackness University does not exist. We are professionals. We should be talking about our thoughts, our views, and not. See, so this is, I know it's a little sensitive, and most of the time we come across as aggressive, but I think one of the most iconic images of the BLM, the Black Lives Matter walks and events is the little girl marching angrily and says, "No justice, no peace." And we have to be just like the little girl. No justice, no peace. We're going to be bringing it up, but don't expect us to teach you. We're here not to teach you, but we are here to show that we are here. So if you don't have me in your book, I will put more Black people in the book. I will bring more Black authors into my classroom. And I don't need to be Black to do this. This is another thing. You don't have to wait for Black people to do it. If you're white, you have to do it. If you don't know how to do it, then study. Don't just go ask a Black person, what should I bring into the class? Study. Read. So I think this is how we can hack the system, and then having more students, more teachers feeling comfortable, and because they are there, they're just not seen and not talked about.
And I completely agree, Gisele. And what I've been trying to do is exactly working with showing Black people all the time. I think I presented one of the presentations we were together. I gave a presentation with one of the classes with Marielle. I was Marielle's friend. And then I brought Marielle to study a text about Marielle and about Mangueira. So the students, they would say, "My God," and it was in English. And I said, yeah, but it's the material which was sent, I don't know from where, I think it was from the United States or England. And then we started discussing about this. And I've been trying to do this, to work with materials. And I think that everybody should do this. Who teach at WERJ, the people who teach African-American literature, they are not Black. Okay, but they are interested in the topic and they are teaching there. So it's important not to say that's something that only Black people will do this. I had this is a necklace from Aldeia Maracanã. I'm working with Aldeia Maracanã. I'm not from Aldeia Maracanã, but I think we have to do something about this. We can't be far from our real Brazilians, let's say inverted commas, okay? But we have to do something. We don't have to do something only if you are like this, okay? Because they are dying and we don't do anything. The Black are not present in the books and we don't do anything. So we all have to do something about it. And not just this, I think other topics as well, but I think that everything that we should be discussing in class, trying to bring photos and photos from people who had future. So something that I find interesting, Obama's, oh my goodness, forgot her name. Obama's wife.
Michelle, she's my American mother.
Michelle. Once I brought a video from Michelle, and it was fantastic because she was talking to a group of girls in a school and talking about the future of girls, that they had future, okay? And they say, okay, see, I have future, you can have future. And I think this is very important to go there and say, okay, I'm Gisele here, I have a future, I have my own startup. And then this is future, okay? I am Rodrigo, I'm here, I'm Tamiris, I'm here. And I think that we are all models as well. Even if we are not, even when we are not working with some sort of material, but only the presence is something very important, because you can see that I can be something different. Okay. But one point that I would like to say, Michael, I talk a lot. You can shut up, shut me up. But one thing that I found is the first time I went to the United States, I went to New York, and someone called me white nigger, and was a black guy, and called me white nigger. Not because of the color of my skin, but because I spoke like white and I dressed like white. And I didn't have, okay, this possibility of changing, because if you have both English, I could change if I were in another group. But I had learned a white English. And this was, it was the first time I couldn't understand what was going there, what was going on there. And he was saying, I want to kill you, white nigger, white nigger. And he was very angry. And then I said, no, I'm Brazilian. And then I started saying, I'm Brazilian, I'm not from here, blah, blah, blah. And he said, you are not Brazilian. And he said something like, you are not Brazilian, you are American, and you are trying to. I said, no, 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 I'm Brazilian. And then I showed a bag, Rio de Janeiro, written. I said, and you think that a nigger from the United States can't buy a bag from Rio de Janeiro? And then I said, my goodness, what can I do now? And I couldn't understand what was going on until I entered a store, and the guy started talking to me. He said, no, because you are black, but you act like someone who is white. And here you should have this possibility of changing. So if you are in the group, if you are in a certain group, you could speak a little bit different or say words that I didn't know. So something else that happens a lot is because I've learned only with white models, or the way it was, because it was a long time ago. It's not like you. I'm much older than you are. Nowadays, you have some, you watch TV, you see TV series and so on. So my English is an English which is artificial in the black, at least in the black community. So it was something else that I felt, because I don't have this translanguaging in the term of the color or the situation, okay? And yeah, but that's it. So it's not, we are not all the same, okay? We are the same and we are not the same, okay? So it's something, I think the courses, the language institutions, the language course should at least show that we don't have one English, okay? We have Englishes, and Englishes everywhere. That in Britain you have Cockney, okay? That it's not, you go to London, you're going to hear Cockney. You are not going to hear Oxford or Cambridge English. So I think that we should work with this as well. Okay. But sorry.
Rodrigo, you were, nodding, and then
yeah,
everything resonated.
Like, oh my God, that takes me back. And for example, when I first started, I started studying in a British book, one of the Oxford, and everybody would talk like that. So then I would go back home and I tried to pronounce the words the way they were pronouncing, but something about it did not make me feel myself when I was doing it. I personally think that British English is beautiful. I've tried to, pull off my British accent all the time when I'm talking to people, but that ain't me. Know what I'm talking about? That ain't me. If you see me going on my Instagram talking like that, everybody that follows me gonna be like this, man, that ain't you. Man, stop trying to be somebody you're not. That all started back in 2003 when I started going to English institutes here in Belo Horizonte. And when I got there, that was my first time in an English school, and I was really excited about it. All the, hi, how are you? I'm fine, thank you. And you, what is your name? What is your full name? Can you spell your full name? Oh my God, I was really excited, taking notes, trying to imitate, going home. I've always loved English. So that was really easy for me going to an English school because I was just like, man, I love it. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life. All right. But I used to listen to 50 Cent, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, Ice Cube, Puff Daddy, Nelly, all those rappers when I was 17, 18 years old. So then I got to school that day and I asked one of my teachers, I was like, what I was listening to this song here by Snoop Dogg, and he said this word here. What does that mean? First thing he said to me, first thing you have to understand that this is not English. And I was like, that was me like this, because I was very critical, back then I was just like, I let him do the talking, but I was just like, I was something that, how are you there saying that's not English? That dude is from California, born and raised in a state where everybody speaks English. So how are you there saying that he is not speaking English? That is English. But I let them do the talking. It's just like, by the way, you should not be listening to this kind of music because, this is demeaning and this is derogatory. You should not be using these terms in the classroom. I was like, what term was that? You know what term was that? That was what you gonna do. There's a song that said, what y'all gonna do, babe, what you gonna do? What y'all gonna do? It said, what y'all gonna do? And I say, hey, what does that mean when it say what y'all gonna do? I mean, I was just expecting the guy to say like, oh, that's the same thing as what are you going to do? But you say y'all because y'all is a plural form. You have like in New York, they have the yous guys. In the South, they usually say y'all, but you can also say you guys. And I was just expecting something like teachers would do, you know what I mean? But instead of that, he was just like this, man, you should be listening to Beatles, Bee Gees, U2, and all that. I was just like, man, that's not the kind of music I like, so I don't think I'm gonna do that. That was the first or second semester, I don't remember exactly when. And then to the other teacher, who happened to be a social linguist, he was just like, I asked him about, some of the rap songs I was listening to, and he was just like this, oh, Rodrigo, you like this? Well, this is called African American Vernacular English. When the blacks from Africa were brought into Americas, Brazil, the Caribbean area, and the United States, they spoke different languages. But the slave master, they would speak English to them, so they had to learn. And then they started with the pidgin languages. They started to communicate. But then the white people just realized that, the black people were communicating with each other in a language that they couldn't understand. So they separated them because, they could communicate. The white people would not understand. They could plot something and kill the white people. So they separated people that spoke the same language. So then they started to create a different kind of communication. This guy gave me a history lesson on the black language. That was in 10 minutes. Second thing he said is like, man, you know what you can do? Man, you can go to college, you can be a linguist, and you can talk about African American vernacular English, man. There ain't nobody talking like you here. There ain't nobody that's professional in this area. You should be doing that. I was like, hold on a second. I can be somebody. You know that feeling you're like, you can be somebody? Like with the thing that you love? I was like, ooh, never thought about this. And they were like, yeah, man, hey, look at this. Do you want to be a teacher? I said, yeah, I've always wanted to be a teacher. I came in here because I want to teach English. This teacher set up a course for me. They say, look, this is how a course should be. Here you have the activities, what you're going to teach. This here is called syllabus. Well, the syllabus is the planning. It's like everything that we have in the course should be handed in to the students before. And then you can plan activities as well. So then the students can take the classes. He taught me my first teaching lesson, you know what I mean? And then we built this course and I was the teacher, 17 years old, second semester of English, teaching slang terms at the school based on the hip hop thing. I went to New York as well, Janaína. And when I was in New York, first time, I could speak English back then. So then I communicated with people And I could hear that just because I had dedicated my, beginning of life to African American English. So I could hear Manhattan English and Bronx English and Brooklyn English. And then I could see like, hey, you're from Brooklyn? Yeah, how you know that? It's just a little different about you. Or when you're still in Manhattan, I don't know, you're in the 42nd there or Times Square where everybody is, but then when you go a little bit, you go upwards to the 125th Street where Harlem starts, and then you see that Harlem speaks a different language. And I was like, ooh, now I understand this. When my professor talks about code switching, that's exactly what he meant by the code switch. So when I'm down in Manhattan, I have to speak like this so everybody will understand. But then when I go to Harlem, I should not be talking like this because they would be looking at me and they call me an Oreo, a coconut nigga. Like you black outside, but inside you're white. I said, ooh, okay, that's what you're gonna be calling me? So I got to switch this up a little bit like that. That's what I'm gonna do. And that's what I did when I was in Harlem. So I understood that. Unfortunately, until today, we cannot find this in the books. We usually find, oh, this is the Cockney accent. Nice, beautiful Cockney, I love it. Very nice, you hear Adele, she speaks like that. Or when you talk about American English, we usually see all of the, general American standard English, Midwest kind. Sometimes you hear some Texan accent and you feel, oh my God, Southern accent, that's beautiful, I like it. But you never see the Black English in the books. You never see that. You never see anybody going like this, yo, what up, baby? What you gonna do tonight? Oh, you gonna do that? I'm gonna do that too. No, you never see that. And then when you go to the United States, and then they get back to the class and go like, teacher, I've been studying here for 7 years. I went to the United States and I couldn't understand people. What happened? So let me talk to you about the industry. That's where the conversation starts. But yeah, just a little bit of that experience. It's just to illustrate, just talking about.
I love the way that Rodrigo brought up the language, and because in our culture, ancestors are part of our knowledge, right? So we rely on the stories of elders. And I think this is something that is missing too, is to bring the story and diaspora and talk more about where we came from, even though sometimes we do not see ourselves coming from anywhere because we just think, oh, we're Brazilian. But there's this Afrofuturist. Her name is Morena Maria. I suggest you look her up. And she says something that I think is one of the best things. She says, I'm going to say it in Portuguese and then translate it. Nós somos os ancestrais do futuro. And we are, we are the elders. We are the ancestors in the future. So we should be talking about this. We should be bringing out the language. We should be talking about futures that rely on past and present. So I love the way that this panel was brought up, because I believe for you, Tamiris, when you say you're a businesswoman and you have your own business and everything, so people go like, what? So I think I'm really thankful to be here and to be listening to all this, and to whenever you, although the name says Afro, but I think, again, it's for us to be able to retake our futures and talk more about it, because we are the ancestors now.
Exactly. G, and I was going to ask you, how do you feel about being a Black entrepreneur and then running your own business, and when you deliver talks and then they were the only Black person? How do you feel about it?
I'm just going to tell you another story, and then I'll show you how this story is going to show you how I feel. Being in innovation, technology, and AI, and whatever. So this puts me in an even lonelier place sometimes to people who see me, not to others, because there are many Black talents. And as I said, I don't shut up anymore. I don't question. I used to question inbox and say, listen, where are the Black people in your lineup? But I decided that I was not going to do that in silence anymore or inbox.
So there was this big event on innovation education, the innovation education of the future, no Black people. And I questioned. And then the answer that I got back was, oh, we found great white talents, as if there couldn't be Black talent. And then other people who had never met in my life, we decided to put together one event, same time as the other, only with Black people. O Futuro é Preto. We had 6 hours of content and different scientists, teachers, people, artists, talking for 6 hours about being Black and not talking about racism. There's a question here. It says, how do we, can we have conversations about race and prejudice without seeming a troublemaker? We have to, because sometimes when we avoid this, we are avoiding bothering the white people. Don't bother the white people. So it's something, because you challenge, as Cynthia mentioned here, their whiteness when you talk about racism. You challenge their whiteness when you talk about being a Black businesswoman, a Black scientist, a Black professor. So this is challenging their place that has never been talked about as, listen, it's not about being white, it's about being a professional. So one thing that I say, and I brought up this example, is that I don't shut up anymore. I talk about it. I question and I say, look around. How many Black students do you have in your classroom? Look around. How many Black teachers you have in your staff? And again, it's not about celebrating November or talking about racism as a reaction. It's about having people in higher positions all the time.
Exactly.
So
and questioning the speakers that you go to the event. So who are these people that are talking to me? So if I see an event with only white people, what is the problem going on here? It's not that they're not capable, but I'm kind of vouching for this kind of event to be perpetuated.
Exactly.
Tamiri, I don't know if Gisele knows, but I'm the first Black director of Instituto de Letras, the Language Institute.
Thank you for representing for us.
And representing the students, by the students, because it was the first that elected by the students, okay? So for me, I'm very happy, but it's a big responsibility, okay? And I also have to mention something, because I have friends watching. I'm in a group which is Black in Linguistics Power. And we have Kleber from Brasilia, from Universidade de Brasilia, Aparecida from Paraná. And so we are trying also to do things that there are movements going on.
Exactly.
To change this, to show that it's, we have to do something, we have to say, we have to be part of it. Okay.
All right, we've got 3 minutes to wrap up. So some final words, what would you like people to take from our discussion today?
I'll leave a video in the comments. It's by Janelle May, who is a wonderful singer, but also an Afrofuturist, just like Shania and Ellen Oleria. They are futurists, because this is, again, let's talk about Black futures and Black presents and Black past. I think this is my message. And talk about this in our lessons and show to our students that this exists. So this is my only message.
Thank you, G. Rodrigo, Janaína.
Well, I think the final message here for me would be, well, we are here. We need to be heard. We need our voices to be, set free, so that everybody could hear what we have to say. But I mean, we're not talking from the victim point of view.
Yeah.
This is what we're trying to say here. I mean, look at how beautiful we are here. You got entrepreneurs, you got teachers, we got professors, you got the first director, baby. That's what we're talking about. That's what makes me feel happy. You know what I'm saying? It's just like if God came up here right now and say, hey, would you like to be another person? No, I'm cool, man. I'm cool with it. I like the color. I like the texture of my hair that's missing a little bit, but that's fine. It's still here. And, you know, I like, you know, everything is like, feel happy about who you are. Being Black is being beautiful, being, you know, powerful. We're here, man. We survived. I mean, we did it. And just to make you happy too, my sister, my real sister, she is the first Black director of EFMG in Sabará and Itabirito. So that makes me happy. I mean, education is part of my family, but there are only two. That's only my sister and me. You know, my parents, they unfortunately they could not have the access to education like we have, or my other cousins. Sometimes they just don't like studying so much. They do have the access, but they don't like it very much. But yeah, so this is, it's just like, we do have culture, we do have identity, we do have a language that we can use that's called like our language, that historically built, and we're strong. So thank you, BRAZ-TESOL, for for letting us, you know, come in here and represent, and you know, thank you for letting us speak about it. This is the great beginning. I'm very hopeful and I'm very happy. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Rodrigo. Janaina, before we wrap up, would you like to say anything?
Okay, I'd like to thank as well. And I'd like to say that I'm really proud to be here with you. Okay, a very nice group. And I think that it's very important to have this kind of conversation, and that we have to keep the conversation going on. As I told you, I had an experience very similar in the group of voices in São Paulo, and we thought about having more meetings like this, but unfortunately, I don't know what happened, and we couldn't meet. But I was very happy to have this conversation today. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Nice to see Gisele again. And Ronaldo, fantastic. I'd like to have your teacher or you as a teacher.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. Let's keep having this kind of events, thinking and sharing our thoughts. James, it's over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. That was, I found that really inspiring. So thank you to Ms. Janaina and Gisele as well, of course, for doing the double shift. That's really appreciated. Rodrigo, thank you so much. That was wonderful stuff. Okay, so we've got one more panel coming up now. So I'm going to bring up those panelists now. Just bear with me, everyone, for a moment. Okay, so let's start with our moderator. Dudu's on his way. Here he comes. There's Cynthia.
Hello.
Just leaves Brasilia there. Okay, so if everyone can turn on their cameras and microphones.
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep, sounding good.
James? James, can you hear me?
Yes, but you should just turn on your video.
Please, yes. Hello there, Cynthia. Hello there, Priscilla. So nice to have you girls here. And Dudu, hello there.
The camera is still off, Patricia.
Yes, well, Cynthia is already an old friend of hours here. Yes, BRAZ-TESOL
Yeah.
Brasilia. Yes, and hope to see you around. Yes, more often. And Priscilla, it's so nice to meet you.
It's my first time here at BRAZ-TESOL Brasilia.
Hope it's the first of many times, right?
Absolutely.
Patricia, can you turn on your camera?
Just gonna put some more lights on here.
There is this message: you cannot start the video because the host has stopped it.
Oh, you stop it, James. What a bad boy.
Yes,
I certainly did not.
Oh gosh.
Well.
What if I?
The host says, now start my video. Hi
there.
Okay.
Yeah. Looking good, everyone. Okay, Dudu, I'll pass it over to you.
Okay. So, first of all, thank you for you all for being here and everyone to be participating in this event. The panels have been great speakers, everyone sharing the idea. So we come to our last one, talking about inclusion. Okay, so the topic is, can a classroom be inclusive? Learning differences in the 2020 classroom. So is it possible? Can we do it? So hello, Cynthia. Hello, Priscilla, Patricia. I'm gonna read a bit about you and then let's go on. And please, people, just to remind you, let's participate, okay? The chat is open for comments and the questions. Please use the Q&A to ask us. We're talking about inclusion, so we want everyone included here, yeah? So let's be part of it.
Absolutely.
Help us. Don't leave us alone. I have some questions here, but help me ask them questions, okay?
All right.
He has even cats. My cat's always around.
That's beautiful, Cynthia.
They are both here sleeping too.
Well, I hope he's going to be not only beautiful, but also nice, because sometimes he steps on the computer and destroys everything around.
All right, then. We're ready.
So that's being inclusive, yes?
Yes, so that's being inclusive.
Okay, so Patricia has been an ELT for more than 20 years. She holds a master and a PhD in psychology from UNB, the University of Brasilia. She's currently taking a specialization course on neuropsychology.
Right.
She's currently a teacher at school counselor at Casa Thomas Jefferson, Brasilia. We wanted her here, especially we know her. I have known her for a while as a psychologist at Casa Thomas Jefferson, and I know that her expertise and the ideas that she has about dealing with these necessities that we have in our world is going to be amazing for our panel. Okay, so thank you for being here, Patricia.
Thank you. Thank BRAZ-TESOL for having me. So should I start to do, or would you like to?
Let me introduce the
Yes, please. Cynthia and
Priscilla, yes. Cynthia has been an ELT professional for 16 years. She holds an MA in Applied Linguistics, University of Bedfordshire, and a BA in Linguistics, University of São Paulo, CELTA, and CPE. She's a teacher educator, and is passionate about pronunciation, inclusive practice, and diversity. She also volunteers for English to Transform, Casa One, and Voices, BRAZ-TESOL SIG. We wanted her here because she's special. She has been around this talking about this topic for a while, and sure that great contributions and good ideas to help everyone is gonna pop up. Okay. And Priscilla has been an English teacher for 17 years, having worked in regular schools and language schools as a director, course developer, and a teacher. She holds the CPE and the CELTA, has a degree in language and post-graduation course in education psychology. She has been working with students with special needs since 2012. We are sure that Priscilla has an expertise on the topic, and she will share with us. And also being the president of BRAZ-TESOL São Paulo, she would accept our invitation to be here. We knew that, okay?
Not because of that, but that's true.
But it helps. Okay, and I'm Luis Eduardo Dudu. I'm Dudu because no one knows who Luis Eduardo is, okay? And I'm going to be here helping us in this panel. I love the topic, especially autism and these ideas behind it. So let's share So please feel free to answer our question, and then after they talk a bit about the topic, we go there and ask them questions. Feel free to help me, okay?
Okay. Shall I start then?
Yeah.
Just a few words to start and trigger our conversation here. Our topic is, can a classroom, yes, an EFL classroom be inclusive? Actually, it should be different. It should be, should it, right? Because it should be inclusive. And it's a discussion, it's a current discussion. This discussion has been going on for a long time, but we see more and more students with various needs, and not special needs, I would say they're human needs, who want to study a language, which is an international language, the language of science, the language of communication, which is English, and they have the right to study. And I think that a classroom, as an educator, I can say that a classroom is a place for everyone. For whoever wants to study, and it's only, I mean, they only have, it's only their right to be there. And as a school psychologist, as a school counselor, I have been watching this growth in numbers of especially students with in the autistic spectrum, who want to study English, who come with their psychologists saying that studying English is good for them. And that many times they refuse, they have difficulties, for example, to speak Portuguese or to communicate in Portuguese, but like to communicate in English. And I think I'm even thinking of conducting a study about this, because it's very, very interesting. And then maybe Cynthia and Priscilla would like to add anything about it?
Yeah, besides what you said, that they have the right, which is something I was going to say too, but I'd like to add something. Not only do they have the right to be there, but we have to believe, we have to know and really believe that they are competent, and they have to be valued in the classroom. And this is not something that I have read research about, but what I think really from my mind is that the students have been, they are appearing more in the school environment, first of all in the regular school, and now much more in language schools, because in the past they were considered crazy people. So parents would keep them at home, and they were not born to go to school. They were people who were crazy and they had to be at home, and they were not people who should study. Yeah, they were not born to study. And then some laws started appearing, and then they arrived at the regular school. And now they are coming more and more to language schools too. So I think that some people say that, oh, now everything is dyslexia, everything is ADHD. We have more people with Down syndrome. That's not it. It's just that they were hidden at home. It's just that we wouldn't look at them. And something I'd like to add, first thanking Brasilia chapter for the topic, and I loved that you kept this panel for the last one. I don't know if it was your intention, but because when we talk about inclusion in the classroom, we're talking about everything that was discussed before. Of course, my main interest is learning disabilities, special needs learning disabilities, but I am an advocate for inclusion in general. And I think we all have to be. So congratulations for putting this panel in this context and as the last one, because I think everything we've heard during the day closes now. It's going to be like a closure. So that's why we have to include. Yeah.
Sure.
Hello. So first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me again to be here as, to be part of Brasilia BRAZ-TESOL chapter. I guess I feel home. I was here in the beginning of the year. Now I have my long hair after the quarantine is going on. So my hair is long and everything's changed. But anyways, I do agree with everything you said. I just wanted to actually give numbers to what Priscilla was saying, because Priscilla was talking about the laws. And what is really interesting that when it comes to Brazil, I don't know if you have any idea when there was the first law to actually get people to include people with special disabilities, or with what we call, I like to call nowadays as learning diversity, because there are lots of different ways. We all learn in different ways, and that's the one thing. And this first law started in 2000. It was in 2008. In 2005, there was the first decree. 2008, the second decree with a little bit more details, but it was also part. But it was really part of the Constitution. Really the consent of the Constitution in 2015, which means it's been 5 years only. So it's no wonder we are not ready for that. You know, it's been only 5 years. So we don't actually know how to do that, because before that, people keep trying to get into this, what is it to be normal? What is it to be normal, you know? We have to include people that are not normal, but what actually it is to be normal. And I think that this is something we need to take into account every time we're talking about inclusion. And yeah, so it started like the racism, like this panel about Black people that actually made me emotional a few times, because it is hard to talk about diversity. It's hard to talk about any kind of things. I do like talking about learning disabilities as well, but my main point is actually talking about representativeness, representation in course books, in materials, and things like that, because inclusion goes beyond special education needs, but it goes into many different other layers. And one interesting thing about what Patricia was saying about the autistic people that actually learn English, but they have difficulties to speak in Portuguese. I think it was in Brasilia, but last year, but in Belt on the Road, Brasilia, there was this woman from Rio de Janeiro, and she presented a talk on teaching autistic and also people with Down syndrome, but with like really those who cannot speak at all. They won't speak in Portuguese at all, but they can speak in English. And they were able to communicate once they started using English language. So that's something to consider somehow. And it was really interesting, because she's got children that don't actually speak Portuguese at all, but they speak in English.
And we have no idea the importance we could have in this person's life, like teaching their parents or teaching the child. And you're bringing communication to that person, not only teaching a second language, you're teaching the first language. Yeah.
Yes, and that's why I've been into neuropsychology. I want to understand what happens with these individuals, these students, that sparkles their interest for a second language, and that allows them to communicate, and which is fascinating. And whenever I have, and it was not once, 3 or 4 times already, these students come into our institution with their, and then of course, when they come, they always look for me, and there's psychiatrists, psychologists, they come along to introduce the students. They want me to understand, they want the institution to understand who these students are. And it's always fascinating when they tell me how these students are naturally interested in learning a second language, especially English. And then that's why I'm now, of course, I'm back, yes, at studying. Well, of course, we never stop studying, but I'm back at studying more to try not only understand, but help these individuals, these students a little more. Also, what bothers me in terms of inclusion, it's just one aspect. We see that they have, according to the law, they have all these students have the legal rights to study, not only in a language institute, but in their schools, in a bilingual school, for example. And what I see as a teacher and as a school psychologist is that most schools have no school psychologists working for them. They have coordinators, but it's so clear. now as well as a school psychologist, it's so clear to see the difference. Though our coordinators are very well prepared, and they are, so I can only praise them. I'm not going to, yes, quote them all here because they are various, but they are very well prepared. The work they do, it's different. They do a more academic work, and every school should have a school, 1 or 2 or 3 school psychologists to support these students. What happens is these students are accepted in the schools, in the bilingual schools, in the institutions, but they are not effectively included. They're just left there. And that's the parents' complaints.
And they're just accepted because of the law. They're not actually included. Yeah.
That's it. And parents complain because then what happens to these students when I speak to parents? Then they start transferring their kids from school to other school until they find that school that can adapt, yes, that offers a few adaptations that will meet the students' needs.
Or until they give up.
You know what? If they sometimes don't even, they are pleased enough if we know what they're talking about. If you know, like if they come with an issue and we understand it, and it's okay. So this means that your child needs this, or maybe that, and that happened. They get so they're so amazed that we know what they're talking about.
Yes.
That they actually enroll the student immediately because they're like, okay, here I know they're in a safe place because they know I started talking about an issue and they immediately related to that. They were able to explain and even give me suggestions and things like that. And that's usually, and I agree with you, most of the coordinators have no idea, especially because they work, well, nowadays we have going through huge crises in many different schools, and most of the coordinators get really a very low salary, and they mostly work with the administrative, all of the management bit of the school, you know, so they have to do all of the, sometimes paycheck, the payroll, the attendances, and check and enroll students and do things like that, but they don't actually work with the academic department as well, even when there is an academic department. So it is true. And it is, we just don't know, the people don't know how to include and how to work with inclusion most of the time in many different situations.
You've brought me
trying to say something good,
but I really believe that that's something that we should go deep here, and you can share with us that how can we improve this bridge? Because I really believe that lots of them, even the ones that come with some doctor things, and the family comes to school, but there are other ones that they don't even come. That especially if we're talking about a language institution, I believe that we are always the last one to get something, because lots of prejudice, bias that takes the whole situation. So what are the possibilities for us to improve or even make this bridge? Priscilla, I believe you can go with.
I can start, yes.
Yeah.
The first thing I think we have to consider when we talk about the actions schools and teachers need to take when talking about this bridge that has to be built is focusing on teacher development. I think teacher development is a key for our professional in general, for our profession in general. But when we talk about inclusion, that's what we need. And I feel that we are starting this process in EOT, you know. Once a person talked to me on Facebook, she made a comment in one of my posts, and then she said, I don't agree with you. I think we have been having research for many years. And then I said, yes, but they are not coming to the teachers. They are being discussed between doctors at universities and hospitals. And when I mean be discussed, I mean in events, in teacher training at schools. The first training at schools, they should have a session on the minimum teachers should know about any special need, you know, any idea to recognize. That's what I always say. We're not going to to diagnose students, but we need to know how to recognize and then help the family and then talk to the school, if you're teaching at a language center, talk to the school the student studies. So I think teacher development is the key to start planning this bridge, you know, because building the bridge, I hope I can see it in a lifetime. I'm working hard for that, but yeah, but I think working with teachers and developing them.
I would go a little bit even beyond that, because I think that teachers is just one of the pillars we have to work with, because in my point of view, actually, we need to work with the entire school staff, like from front desk to the cleaning lady, basically, or the cleaning people, because, well, I like, one of the topics I talk very much is LGBTQIA issues. And one of the problems we have is that you might have teachers that are really open for that. However, then you got other people inside of the school who actually say bad things about it and show prejudice towards them and other kind of things. So we need to talk to all of them. But then even going even beyond, we need to talk to the students and to the parents, because the only way, in my opinion, we can work with inclusion is actually making sure everybody understands that we are all different. And they're actually including each other inside of the classroom, because we are all different. And even like I keep saying, like when it comes to this kind of panels or conferences and things like that, everything's online nowadays, but unfortunately. But anyways, the thing is, we don't even know how many people with different needs we have around us, sitting right next to us, working with us, you know? So we tend to look at the students only, but we have to look at our co-workers as well. You have to look at our colleagues and everyone. So I think that inclusion will only work once we start talking to everyone about it, like for each student in the classroom. So if there's something, for example, if there's a student with dyslexia and they need to wear the rule to help them out, or the glasses that will help them with the stress visual things, the visual stresses they have, you know, you can show all of the students why they need that and why that's important for them, as much as I need to write with this pen and you prefer writing with that pen, and which one of us have different needs because we're all different. And that's how we start working with inclusion, when you tell everybody how important it is to understand the other, and in discussing this idea of normality somehow.
And then, Cynthia, even more than that, why not have units in our books? Have you ever seen a unit in a book discussing or exemplifying inclusion? Yes. Why not? Yes, substitute one of those units of shopping, for example, and include a unit on inclusion. Yes. I have never seen a book discussing that, because this, as Cynthia, you said the right words. We have to raise awareness. We have to educate these kids to understand that maybe the boy or the girl next, yes, sitting next to him or her, is a student who, with differences, we all have our differences, but other major differences. And then to understand and to accept and to help and to support kids. What I've seen is kids seem to do this more naturally. As they grow up, I don't know what happens. And maybe this is a lack of awareness and a lack of discussion. They become more isolated. Yes, and this is one of the complaints little older students with disabilities or with differences have. For example, just giving you an example, in a class, this girl with special human needs or special needs complains that the girls, she wants to sit with those, the most popular girls in the classroom who do not want to sit beside her because she has a difference everyone can see. So they kind of isolate her. And why does it happen? Why does it happen among kids or adolescents? So you see, this has to be discussed in the classroom. Yes. Why isn't she worth being a friend? Yes.
And I think this should be dealt in a way that is natural too, coming from, like Cynthia said, coming from everybody from the school. because then these ones who are going to think that someone is different, they're going to be the only ones. So the teacher acts naturally, the people at the reception desk act naturally. Only I think this person is different. So creating an environment in which this is natural and normal is discussed, like Cynthia said. What is the reality?
Inviting parents to learn that that's natural, because they bring those things from home most of the time, you know, and that's the problem, because sometimes we try to include people in the school and then parents come to complain that there is a specific student inside of the school that is actually being a problem for the other students, and it shouldn't be that way. But you know, it is complicated, because we are actually walking backwards nowadays, and it is complicated because it goes beyond anything, even when it comes about representation. You were talking about having a unit about disability in a course book, which I find interesting, but I think we should have those units inside of each book for teachers, as Priscilla said before, you know, and inside of their course books, they should have people there that have disabilities as normal characters, just like any other, because that's representation. When you have a blind person, like for example, when you see like James and Ila's book that Raise Up, that there's a unit like there's a blind person, and the person it's about future, and it's so this person is going to travel, he's organizing all of his trip, and it's a blind person, you know? So at that moment, they naturalized the idea of being blind, because they're showing that you're blind, but you're just like anybody else, you know?
And at the same way, this is still considered, because if I'm blind, I have to consider the things I'm going to plan because I'm blind, but that's it. It's not
and they,
like
they were talking about
something...
an app that would help them up and everything.
I saw this unit too.
So it's really nice. So that's what I talk about representativeness in general, because representation, in my point of view, is not enough anymore. And because, you know, when I was developing a course now, and I was checking lots of course books, and you see representation going on, lots of people talking about lots of images, lots of diverse images. So you see like diverse inside of the images. However, when they were talking about someone, they were talking about the white person one more time, you know? And that's not representation, that's not representativeness, that's representation, you know? So that's the idea, like you need to actually get someone. I have already promoted you, James. You didn't have to do that. I even said your name. Anyway, I'm joking.
You can also promote your course. I've been taking it. It's amazing about diversity.
We have to mention it. Come on.
Yeah. So you know, so that's the thing. So I guess the first step, in my opinion, to make sure that we can work with inclusion is make sure each and every one of the students are represented in a classroom somehow, and all of their needs are there too.
It brings up a very nice topic about being aware, knowing it, know that's different. Like Priscilla mentioned it brilliantly. Like, okay, but the person is blind, so we have to find a way to do it, but not in a different way. There is also one of the books we use at Casa that has this TED talk about this lady that she's in a wheelchair, and then she mentions that she wouldn't like just to be seen as, okay, you go and you can do it. That's not the only thing. And then people praise her because she graduated. And then she tells, okay, I have graduated. That's okay. You don't need to praise me just because I'm in a wheelchair. I didn't do anything special. So how can we, as institution, not only the teachers, but the psychologists and everyone, find a way to balance this? We have to be aware. We have to find a way to try to help these I don't like the word disability, but this
diversity.
It's okay to say it.
Yes.
Because of this that you were saying, it's just a disability, you know?
Yeah,
it's just a need.
A need, but in the same way, not just putting the person, I know it's okay because he or she is like that. No, it's okay because now that it happens in many classrooms. Sometimes a student that gives problem, then you ask the teacher, what did you do? After a while, I just left him or her there, and then taught my class and nothing happened and the person didn't learn. So how can we balance? What's the magical?
I think my experience, I don't have the magical spell, but when I first started teaching dyslexic students, and when I had my student who couldn't read or write anything, which was my biggest challenge in life as an English teacher, what I thought was I have to focus on his strengths. He can't read. He can't read or write. All right, but what about all the other things he can do? And if you look for it, you'll see that dyslexic students, they have a brilliant mind, ADHD students as well. So I think focusing on their abilities, on their strengths, and then you bring them to the class, and then the others, and when I say the others, I mean not only their classmates, but all the students from the school, everybody actually, even parents that sometimes believe they can't, they will see that they have abilities, they have strengths, so they will believe in themselves, and the teacher will be able to really include that student in situations in which that student can be successful. Because what is really important is that we can't treat them the same, because if you treat them the same, they're going to be excluded. So if you can't ask a student who is dyslexic to read just like the others. But the others are reading. Okay, but if you ask a student in a wheelchair to go up the stairs, se vira. So that doesn't happen. So that can't happen with learning either. So treating them the same way is not the solution, but finding their strengths, I believe.
And Priscilla, you have said it all, and the accommodations we have to make. There are accommodations we have to make, and that works very well. But let me give you an example. It doesn't work when we try to only, we say, integrate the student and not really include. I remember a student we had, he was in the autistic spectrum, and then he had an aid. He was very young, he had an aid. And then once observing his class, I realized what the aid was doing. She thought she was helping. And that's why training is fundamental. She thought she was helping, she was doing her best, but she was just letting the boy, so whenever he was, having he was showing his differences, she would sit a little away from the rest of the group with the boy and the tablet and give him something there on the tablet to entertain the boy while the others were having a class. This is not inclusion. And that, yes, this is not inclusion. You can, and that I had, and then after I had to very nicely speak to her and teach her exactly what to do. You can use the tablet, you can whatever, but you have to adapt the same exercise the others are having, and yes, and using the boy's strength, what he can do, but within the same activity, within the same group, not even, you physically separating the boy, that doesn't work. This is not inclusion. But you have to do the same thing. This is inclusion. When you are going to include the boy in the same activity, not, yes, and this needs training, Priscilla. This happens, well, it happened in our school where we have been training teachers, we have been training aides, but we should do more. Yes, because this has to be continuous. It doesn't work if you just give a session, yes, at the beginning of the year. It's got to be continuous work. And yes. So you raise teachers' awareness, you train, you listen to teachers, because the teachers are the front line. You listen to the aides, and they are the ones who can make a difference. So yes, Priscilla, you're right. Yes.
Just to wrap up this topic, I believe that especially you, Patricia, that you are in between, you deal with teachers, you deal with students, you deal with family. How far have we improved? And and how much do we need? So
how far have we improved and how much do we still need?
It's such a
Jesus, what a hard
difficult
question.
And I think it depends a lot on the context we have been
I agree.
talking about, because we have public schools and then we have private schools, and in private schools we have 1,000 of different really social differences in even in private schools. So I'll be very honest, I really don't know how to answer that question. Really,
I'll
really.
try
I think we have a long way. That's what I know.
Yeah, definitely. I would say that we haven't improved much so far, but I'll tell you one thing. I started talking about diversity about 2 or 3 years ago. 3 years ago, let's say. I don't even know, 2006, 4 years ago, something like. Wow, time flies. But anyways, and in the past, when I started talking about it, it was really hard to get people to listen to me, or to get people to talk to me about that. They would mostly say that that was not necessary. There were other things that we need to talk about. And we would never have a panel on this kind of topics. And this is not the first time I'm speaking this year in a place where people are opening or giving me the chance of talking more about diversity. I was able to offer a free course and on inclusion this year and things like that. And this is something that, and this is new, because a few years ago, that wouldn't even happen, you know? Yes. So that was not even part of the discussion. So I can say that it is improving, because now people are starting to listen to what other people have to say about it. But we still have a long way to go, because we still don't know the techniques, we're still learning. And we also have, for example, I don't know if that has happened to you, but I'm sure it has. But lots of parents bring the kids to school and they don't tell us anything about it.
Yes.
So we have to find out on our own. And then once you discover on our own, we have to try to discover all of these strategies that shouldn't mind need, because the parents don't want to say anything about it as well. And you get like teachers that are really willing to do that, a few coordinators that know how to help them out, because we still need to learn more about that. And even I need to know a lot about it. Every time, like even before coming here, I was telling Priscilla, I have to study everything I did again, because I don't remember all of the details, because there are too many details.
I started a book because of this panel, because I was like, okay, let me see if I find new ideas. And I did. I will recommend in the chat, by the way.
Yeah, so it's interesting, because we're a long way to go. But I think that now we started talking about it, you know? That's the thing. I have a little brother, well, he's not little anymore, he's 14, and he has ADHD. I'm terrible with this acronym. And some other issues as well. And he's been going from school to school. They're expensive ones, and no one knows actually what to do with him, to be honest. So now he's actually in a school for special school, because that was the only place people were able to deal with him, because they weren't in schools where they said that there was inclusion, that someone would be there helping him. They couldn't. So it is, so it is complicated. We're far away from reaching the, I don't know, what we would like to.
Yes.
And Cynthia, something you had mentioned, yes, what I most hear from parents, when the teachers discover a difference, what I most hear from parents is, well, I haven't told you anything, because I didn't want the teacher to treat my son or my daughter differently.
Exactly.
And that's what they need.
I have to.
Yeah, they need help. Yes. How can we help if we don't know, right? And so it's really contradictory. And so I think parents, and I have to be very honest, I feel very sorry for the families many times. Yes. And I sympathize with the families, because they need help too. So I think schools should open, and I've been trying to do this in our school, open their doors for, like conversation with parents.
For information, yeah, they need
having
information.
psychologists talking to parents.
Yes, yes. And then having teachers and, well, psychologists, but teachers as well, talking to parents about specific issues, right? And then letting the parents give their version, yes, of what they are feeling, what they are, what their desires is. Sometimes they just want to be heard. Most of the times they want to be heard. And yes, and yes, embraced. And so this is what I hear sometimes. And when I visit the schools we work with, and I listen to many of the parents, there is very little we can do. Unfortunately, psychology doesn't have a pill like medicine. We cannot give most of the times we have no pills for solving the individual's problems. But sometimes parents just need to be heard, yes, and I listen, yes, and they think we have done a lot just because we were listening, and sometimes the teachers too, and together with the teachers. I don't believe in educational psychology from the office. I believe in educational psychology in the classroom with the teacher, because together with the teachers find solutions. So maybe with a more distant look, and together with the teacher find solutions for those students' needs. Yes, to meet the students' needs. That's what I believe in. But yes, Cynthia, we have been progressing very slowly, but we have. And so that's why Cynthia is back here, and I hope Cynthia is going to be back here, and Priscilla too, many times, so we can discuss this many times, right?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
We've been talking more specifically about like special needs in a way of something related to health problems, and then we have it. But especially, Cynthia mentioned in the beginning, but I wanted to bring it back and to give her like the question first, but please feel free to share with us this idea of the inclusion in a bigger way. Because when you think about the topic, when you read the question, the first thing that comes to our mind, ADHD, autism, but being an inclusive class is much more than being able to deal with these students in some condition as we can see, or we can go to the doctor and the doctor will say that you have it. But there are lots of other issues that might bother even more, and then it's difficult. So please, everyone, but I'd like to start with you because I know you have been talking about that a lot. Yes, diversity.
I think the topic of diversity should be brought to classroom in many different manners. Like that's the truth. Like when we talk about diversity, we have to talk about race, color, religion, in everything, because we don't talk about religion as well, as if religion was something that we can never ever mention. And it is important to talk about religion because it is nice for our students. Why isn't it interesting for a student of ours to understand more about other religions as well? You know, they will have more things to discuss. They will be more, their minds will be more open once you know more about other things in diversity in general. I guess diversity is, I like the ideas that diversity is having a variety of things in different manners because they're all different. And inclusion is being able to listen and to understand these differences as part of what we are and part of everything, you know, and actually looking at someone else, you putting yourself inside of their own shoes sometimes and trying to understand who they are and where they come from. And that goes in many different layers, even when we talk about class and everything. So social class, bodies and everything. So that's, so you talk about bodies, and even like every time I talk about inclusion inside of conferences, for example, I like talking about bodies and even the levels of inclusion, because when we talk about inclusion, we tend to only talk about extreme problems, everything that is extreme. So if it's someone that can't see, it's a blind person we're talking about. If we're talking about people that can't hear, we're talking about those that cannot hear at all. If you're talking about people that can't walk, they must be in a wheelchair. But we forget to talk about those who have problems in their hips, problem in their knees, problem in their feet, and cannot go upstairs anyways. We forget talking about those who cannot sit on a chair without feeling embarrassed because the chair is too small for them, because the conference tend to be sometimes in schools, regular schools, and sometimes kids' schools, and those people cannot sit properly on a chair. People keep not using microphones because we are teachers, we can speak. I'm hard of hearing. I don't understand what people say in conferences sometimes. And we have to talk about inclusion in all different layers. I don't know if that was your question, to be honest. I just started talking. I just went on the topic. But yeah, I think and I just want to add one more thing from what Patricia was saying, something very important about embracing talking to the parents. And when I said the psychologist, because the moment you were talking about that, I was thinking about all parents in general. And then that's when I think the psychologist should come, when they're talking about to all of the parents, because that's how we can talk about being transgender, being homosexual, and relate to race in many different ways. And they need to understand how a small word might be a problem when we don't know where this word comes from, you know, like and words change, like the word retarded in the past, that was an okay word. That was the association of the retarded to talk to people with the Down syndrome in the past. Nowadays, you cannot call them retarded because we know that that's not the case. And this is an offensive word, and people don't want to change their words. They don't want to change their manners. People don't like changing. So, and I guess the first step to actually be inclusive is to stop being defensive somehow, and actually to have an active ear and listen to what people have to tell you. You know, I've been teaching this group of young Black people. It's a social. It's not volunteer, this one, but it's a social work somehow. And it's really interesting because it's really hard for me. Like when I listen to the first panel, to the panel before ours, and I realized that I had no songs by Black people, and I have over 50 music activities in my folders. And I had nothing by Black people, so I had to start researching. I realized I had to look for pictures and lots of things that I was not aware of. And I wasn't aware of many different things. And the other day I did something wrong because, you know, I've been teaching them since March. If something happened in September, I think that I did quite well because that was the first time I made a mistake. And one of the students stayed with me. He decided to stay in the lesson for a little bit longer to tell me what happened and the mistake I had made. And I could only listen to him, to everything he had to say, and agree with him. And the problem is, most of the time, people are not open to listen to people because they do believe, like, no, I'm not that person. I'm not racist, but I do make some racist comments sometimes because it's inside of me. I don't even know. It might happen, you know. I may make some mistakes just because I wasn't aware of it. So if somebody tells me that, oh, that's something I learned today. And it's important to keep on learning because I guess diversity and inclusion connects to learning a lot because we're going to learn that forever. It's never over. You know, there's always something new to learn when it comes to that. So that's why I think we should include everything: religion, colors, bodies, you know, pictures. When you're taking pictures, you shouldn't be really careful with your handouts. You know, the type of pictures they're taking, what type of images do you want them to look at when they see themselves there, you know? So when they see an image of an overweight person, do you want them to see as an ugly, badly dressed person or a successful person that is overweight, you know? That it makes a lot of a difference, there, and people don't notice that. They haven't opened their eyes for that, and they tend to be very defensive, and this is a problem, I guess.
Yes. By the number of nodding, I'm sure you have something to say. Yes, Priscilla, please.
Yes. I was like, yeah, sorry, but when Cynthia speaks, I'm like, yeah, that's it. Big fan here. Well, I just wanted to add something to what Cynthia said and also try to answer your question. Can I call you Dudu? Yes, Dudu, because again, a very hard question, but very nice to discuss. Also, what Cynthia was saying, also not only about the images, but the content. I'm very unpleased, I have to say, not to say a bad word, when I see, oh, let's talk about future will, and then I will study, I will get married, I will have children, and that's the only thing women can do. So be careful with the content too, yeah?
Sure.
Priscilla, the 15-year-old Priscilla already knew she didn't want to have kids. So this content didn't match to my future plans. Yeah, so it's not that you're teaching girls that they can't have children. They can if that's what they want. But you have to show them the possibilities they have, that they don't have only one. And of course, I'm focusing on women. You all know why. But we also that's also for boys too. They don't have to be the leader of a house. There are many things involving boys' situations too.
It's okay
But
to
I think
cry.
it's okay to cry. Exactly.
Okay
Yeah.
to cry.
And about your question, Dudu, also, I think that sometimes we have to consider that some of the things we are already doing can benefit everyone in the classroom. I delivered a webinar. Unfortunately, it's not on YouTube for BRAZ-TESOL 2. And the name of the webinar was 10 Benefits of an Inclusive Classroom. And everything I said were things that we always do. We just don't know how beneficial they are to some of our students with special needs. So like drilling, we all know it's interesting to drill. This, for dyslexic students, is the moment they're going to memorize the vocabulary, the structure, and everything, because they won't take notes. Notes is nothing for them. It's just a document the teacher asked. Having a clear board. So these are things that we already do. So people are resistant to listen sometimes, to learn, and also to know that what they are doing right now can be beneficial. Sometimes they don't even have to learn new things to start creating an inclusive environment in their classroom. They will have to learn more, for sure. But maybe what they are already doing is a start and they don't know. Yeah.
Yes, but yes, Priscilla, I agree with you totally. I think the adaptations teachers make should affect everyone. Should not only aim at that student with a difference, but should aim at all the other students too. Because we all need something, yes, but that's what I call human needs. We all need attention, we all need drilling. And then I have to agree with you, drilling is amazing for dyslexic. And we all need this attention, this special attention from teachers. And that leads us back to what you have already said. Teachers need training so they understand that if they meet a dyslexic student in the classroom with, yes, instead of scolding the student because the student cannot write, maybe, yes, stimulate the oral capacity that student has and do oral exercises, test that student orally, and why not? So, but you see, these are minor actions we can do, and we can teach. We can show the teachers that these actions are possible, and that will make a difference in all those students' lives, right? And yes, so that leads us back to teacher training. Yes, continuous teacher training.
I just want to add one more thing to what you're saying, because I agree with both of you, is the fact that, for example, when you're teaching teachers how to ask questions in classroom, we always tell them to be very objective and be straightforward to exactly the type of what they want the students to answer. And this is exactly what an autistic student needs.
Yes.
Because if you ask something very broad, they don't know how to select only the information you want, because they are very detailed, because that's how they know how to do things in a very detailed manner. That's how they feel, that's how they see things in a very detailed manner. Everything is in details. So if you just learn, like, instead of asking tell me about the rooms in your house. How many rooms are there in your house? Tell me the number of rooms in your house.
And
That
that's why
student
when
will
you
be able
have
to answer that.
when you have one of these students in your classroom, you become a better teacher. Because if you do this, let's call it a mistake, asking a broad question. If you don't have an autistic student in the classroom, the others will try to answer and the class will just go. But if you have that student, he'll be lost. So you will have to act like that, you know?
And and worse, they won't only be lost, but the other students might get bored because that student won't stop talking. and the truth is that your students that are inside of what they call normality, somehow, they might not answer what you want as well. They might give you like a very short and brief answer because that's all they want to answer at that time.
Yes.
You not actually get to the point you want.
So your leading is ruined.
Yeah, exactly. So that's it. So technically learn are also useful there.
Yes.
Just to end what I was saying here, 2 years ago, I conducted with a big friend of mine, Thelma Fontes, a study in my school, Casa Thomas Jefferson, and we called it All Inclusive, on inclusion with teachers, coordinators. We had more than 100 participants, and most of them, yes, though we still have all the training, most of them still think inclusion is challenging. And then only of all the people we asked, only 15% considered inclusion, having a different student in the classroom, rewarding. 6% even said it was discouraging. You see, so why we need to work on teacher development. So within our group that has been trained a lot, so 6% even said it was discouraging to have, and we wanted the teachers to answer very honestly, to have a student with a major difference in the classroom. So which leads us to think, to reflect, and make me aware that schools need, independent of being regular schools, language schools, they need psychologists. They need, yes, and we're going to say, oh, Patricia, that's self-marketing. No, no, it's not. Okay, but anyway, I think the schools need psychologists. Schools need to discuss this. Schools need to train their teachers, because I believe that we're going to have more and more, as Cynthia said, we're all different. So we're having more and more differences. These different students, as Priscilla said, they are not at home anymore. Yes, and they deserve to be treated. They deserve a chance of developing their competencies. They deserve a chance of using English for something they are very good at. Technologically speaking, many of them are very good. But they need the English, they need the language, and they need other skills. So they should be accepted, embraced, and welcomed in our classrooms.
And we're not being judgmental with teachers. That's very important to say. It's quite the opposite. That's why we're here, actually, because we want to bring the topic and help them. Yeah.
That's it.
Were you going to say something? I just wanted to include one more thing when talking about inclusion, because there's this one thing that nobody talks about, that is mental health.
Yes.
And this is also something that we are now talking about special education needs. We are bringing LGBTQIA issues. We are bringing Black issues on the table, but we're still not talking about mental health. And that affects a lot of people, a lot of our students. I'm sure that now throughout the pandemic, you've heard from many students like, teacher, I cannot go into the lesson today because I'm too anxious. I'm having like anxiety crisis. I'm in the middle of an anxiety crisis and I can't do that. And people not only we don't know how to deal with that, but people even think that this is not a real issue most of the time.
Or not related to learning.
Or anything. So yeah, and they just don't pay attention to that. And this is very important too. That's just something I wanted to add.
Amazing. First of all, I would like to say that's very difficult for me to be here quiet, being like moderating and just asking questions and not being able to participate. That's
I can
the
imagine.
hard exercise. But the other panels, I was talking to myself here.
Yeah, me too.
But what you mentioned, and that is something that I always say, and I talk to my wife, and we repeat that. If mental problems would be treated as we treat the physical ones, it would be much better for us, because then we can see if you break the arm and then that's difficult, go to the doctor, we fix it because there is no other way. But these mental issues that we all have in different levels, in different aspects, different triggers, they are all there. And then if you are able to understand this and respect, and not only respect, I believe it's much more than that, to empathize and go for that, and then it would be in a better way. To wrap up, and you mentioned everything, even I delivered the workshop, the Troika event in July about autism and bilingual education, and most of the things that you said here said, okay, I'm the right track as I'm following them. That's good. I said similar things. And which is amazing. We have to be careful not to romanticize, because that's difficult, but not to put, as Patricia said, someone feel that that's bad. I really feel that's in my heart that special students make us, Priscilla said, better teacher, but they make us better people. They really teach us a different perspective, different ways of seeing things. We face, as Cynthia said, she was teaching and then someone came to her and said that, pointed out the thing that they didn't like, but they only did that because they had an open door with her. The student was open to come to her and say that he or she didn't like what happened. So this door, we have to try to be open. Teachers need help, not only training, because that's why the bridge, I mentioned the bridge in the beginning. We need these to be together and to find a way to embrace. And so if they don't think that's for teachers, not believe that's a burden, we should train them and help in a way, because sometimes it is. I have that in my heart to see special needs difficult, but sometimes it's challenging. Even me, that I love special students, I have faced difficult situations in class that I couldn't do anything. And I came home and then I almost cried and talked about, come on, talk to my wife. I felt it's difficult. And so to help, we need to do more things.
We're just humans. Yes, we're just humans, Dudu.
Yes. Thank you very much. It was amazing to be here with you three. I believe that the much I learned, everyone that was here learned with you. You are amazing people. Let's keep joining forces together. The other panels, I believe that James or Peter, they want to come here and end up. But wrapping up this panel, I'm really glad to be part of this team, to be part of this event, and to be here learning and sharing with you. Amazing. Thank you very, very much. And all the other panelists.
I personally would like to thank Cynthia and Priscilla for accepting our invitation for this panel. And it's so nice to have you girls so knowledgeable in your areas, and you add a lot to whichever discussion we are having. So thank you very, very much. Yes.
Thank you for the invitation. It's always a pleasure to be here.
Congratulations, BRAZ-TESOL, Brasilia. Great event.
That was great.
Thank you, Brasilia. Yes, on behalf of BRAZ-TESOL Brasilia, I'd like to thank you all. And just a reminder to thank our panelists from panel 1 on bilingual education, Cecilia, Barbara Sibeli, and of course, Allergy, part of our team, the moderator there. From the offline to online panel, Susie, Ronaldo, and Gisele. And in the Black Teachers Matter panel, Gisele again, Rodrigo, and Janaína. And as you just saw in the last panel, Cynthia, Priscilla, Patricia, ably moderated by Dudu. And as well for our guest moderator, who is not from Brasilia, but we would welcome her back anytime, Tamiris, in the Black Teachers Matter panel. So we really, I think, from a personal point of view, I'm very, very happy with the way that the event progressed. As Priscilla pointed out, we started with bilingualism, which is an issue that we face as, in the current context of English language teaching. Then we moved to the online situation, which is something that we've all been thrown in at the deep end somewhat, or many of us have, which is also an issue that will be with us into the future. And then we moved to a couple of categories that that we've been dealing with lately in BRAZ-TESOL, Brasilia especially, one referring to race issues and to the inclusiveness. And it's on that note, I'd just like to take a couple of moments just to point out maybe to express some things, because as the BRAZ-TESOL board knows, I'm coming to the end of my reign as president. I've been serving for 2 years. I've been on part of BRAZ-TESOL for 6 years now, part of the board of BRAZ-TESOL Brasilia. And it's been a very, very enjoyable experience. Times there's a lot of work and a bit of stress, but I have a very able team behind me, with Patricia as my backup, as the first vice president. James as a consistent backup for everything. Every time I'm making a mistake, James is there to bail me out as the second vice president. Darcy on screen as well, our able treasurer, I think you are, aren't you? Although you are the man of many talents and many jobs. And Stephanie as well, who helped me immensely with the online panel. I appreciate that a lot. Dudu, who's also on screen, as you saw, a very capable man who's very interested. And please just call him Dudu, okay? As he said, nobody ever calls him Luis Eduardo. He should be Dudu, teacher Dudu is there. We also have Murilo, our secretary, who's contributed a lot over the past 4 years. Allergy, who is the host of our first panel, as you all saw. And Marietti, a long way away from us physically, but definitely not emotionally. She's been a ton of support doing the work for us. So I'd like to thank the board for being with us. And I just wanted to pick up on a few things, a couple of themes that we've been having over the past couple of years, and which were reflected in our panels. In the bilingual panel, I think it was Cecilia mentioned that, Cecilia and Barbara, I think, they talked about us stopping to see ourselves as just English teachers, which is a theme that I think is very important. And I think everybody who's here with us today doesn't see themselves as just an English teacher. But I'd like you to take this message with you to your schools, to your institutions, to your colleagues, and even to your friends and family and students, knowing that, as you can see from the panelists that we had today, there is a lot of experience that was talked about, and there was a lot of exploration of issues that are contemporary, that are not just to do with English language teaching, but to do with society. We are educators. We're in a privileged position where we can capture the minds and hearts of our students, and we can influence them positively. It starts with communication, as was pointed out. We are providing an alternative means of communication with a different language. But from that communication comes cultural aspects which we can introduce, such as rap music, for example, as Rodrigo pointed out in their panel. But then it goes even further, because communication creates understanding. And that's where what we can see with the collection of people that we have in this event, as well as in our day-to-day lives. We are going to come across people with different skin color, different backgrounds, different nationalities, even people with boy band hairdos like Dudu, who's not as lucky to be as smooth as I am. We are going to come across various differences, and that's what communication is about. It's about understanding points of view, and it's a step towards inclusion, accepting other people, including other people. The motto of BRAZ-TESOL behind me is, the more we are, the stronger we become. And you can take that at face value. Clearly, the more people you have, the stronger you are. But when you have more people, you have more diversity, you have a bigger group, and bigger groups share ideas, they come together. And unfortunately, what we're seeing in many parts of the world nowadays is some leaders are taking the opportunity to sow division, because that's what creates votes, or that's what creates power, or politics. Whereas it's actually contrary to the betterment of people. We are, as people, we need to be more inclusive. We need to be more open to communication and everything. And that's where learning another language can start that process. So I think we can take this opportunity to explore the avenues of inclusion, diversity, as making the world a stronger and a better place. So I'm really glad that over the last couple of years we've been able to include a lot of events. Cynthia actually made a mistake. She's been with BRAZ-TESOL for 3 events now. So she's almost got a home here in Brasilia that she should probably think about moving up here and helping us out even more. So, but we look forward to including this, including more diversity in this. And as the last panel said, teacher training is very important in all aspects that we've discussed today. So that's your challenge, those of you who attended today, is to go out and spread the word, because this was a teacher training event. Whether you know, whichever way you look at it, it was an opportunity for us to come together and further ourselves as professionals and as human beings as well. So as Rodrigo, I'm going to quote Rodrigo again, people are here to learn and develop. And that's a general statement. It's not just for educators. It's not just for students. People are here to learn and develop. That's the reason we're put on this earth. So I'm very, very, very proud of what we've achieved over the last couple of years and over the last 6 years that I've been involved, and even more. I'd like to just remind you that BRAZ-TESOL will continue. Next month is BRAZ-TESOL having a series of events for Teachers Month. So stay tuned to that. Follow the sites and the Facebooks and the social media for those updates. And don't forget that we have our national conference next year. Fingers crossed that we will all be once again together, sharing ideas and definitely like being together, because I think even though we've jumped into the online format, I think we still miss physical contact, and quite frankly, I miss having a beer with people, or a drink with people. So I look forward to that. So as I sign off here from the last event, I'm going to hand it over to Patricia, because she will be taking the reins of BRAZ-TESOL for the next couple of years. And I'd like to appreciate all the support that I've had from the board in this journey that we've had together. Thank you very much.
I tried to convince Peter to stay, right? But apparently Peter doesn't want to stay anymore. So I just want to carry on with this. I remember with our association, I've been on the road for a long time, and I remember when back in the 80s, I saw Sarah Walker conducting the BRAZ-TESOL so well, and now I feel it's the time to give my share. Then just for, of course, then I will continue the work Peter has been doing so well, just for 2 more years, and then I'll leave. I hope many of you will stay and that you will make a difference, yes, because as you know very well, we don't do anything alone. I need volunteers, right? Because our work is not paid and it's extra, but I need volunteers for our group to stay together. I've just heard one of a Casa Thomas Jefferson teacher, Tatiana Faria, Luis and Darcy know her. She has volunteered to join us, and I even invited her for vice president, but the place is open. But I want you all to stay here with me, please do, because I need everybody. We don't do anything alone. I want to next year to be able, if everything goes right, if the scenario changes, to have the event, the Paulo Freire event, James proposed at the beginning of the year. Remember, James? So to have the Paulo Freire event and have contacts, yes, contact University of Brasilia and have an event with not only University of Brasilia, but with Centros de Línguas, right? And then we have to do more marketing. I feel we have to do more marketing with teachers from Centros de Línguas, because as I see behind Peter, the more we are, the stronger we become. We need more members, and we have to spread the word. And it's unacceptable not to have these people with us. Come on, if they're studying, if they are, yes, if they're studying languages, if they want to be language teachers, why are they here with us? I know everybody's tired, everybody is kind of overwhelmed, but this is personal development. And this is what our group, yes, tries to do. Yes, we try to add everybody together. We are trying to add courses and bring courses, bring people, so that we can develop personally. And I think all the teachers should benefit from this. So we have to spread the word. How to do it, I still don't know, but I need all of you. Yes, yes. And so, but Peter, I'm still going to insist with Peter a little more. Who knows? He may change his mind, right?
I'll still be around, Patricia. I'll definitely be helping out.
Yes, you have to teach me everything, right? Yes. Okay, that's it. And I just have to thank all the panelists, everything so well, all the moderators like Dudu did so beautifully, and everything went so. I hope I hope people have enjoyed, everybody watching, and people have benefited from the discussions. I have. So that's
Definitely. Thank you very much, Patricia. So
thank you.
All the best to everybody. Thank you for attending. Thank you to our sponsors too. And we'll keep you updated about next semester's events. Okay. Bye-bye, everybody.
So guys, the call is here. Yes.
Yes. Volunteer,
so
people.
Volunteer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Volunteer. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye, everybody. All right, James, cool. Thank you. Great job, as usual.
Pleasure, as always.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
I'll be in touch in the group. I'll send you. Maybe we'll have a debriefing next week, okay?
I think that's a good idea. All right. Cheers.
Yeah.
See ya.
Okay. Cheers. See ya.